Dagon by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dagon by H.P. Lovecraft. I am writing this under an appreciable mental strain, since by tonight I shall be no more. Penniless and at the end of my supply of the drug which alone makes life endurable, I can bear the torture no longer, and shall cast myself from this garret window into the squalid street below. Do not think from my slavery to morphine that I am a weakling or a degenerate. When you have read these hastily scrawled pages, you may guess, though never fully realize, why it is that I must have forgetfulness or death. It was in one of the most open and least frequented parts of the broad Pacific that the packet of which I was supercargo fell a victim to the German sea raider. The Great War was then at its very beginning, and the ocean forces of the Hun had not completely sunk to their later degradation, so that our vessel was made a legitimate prize, whilst we of her crew were treated with all the fairness and consideration due us as naval prisoners. So liberal indeed was the discipline of our captors that 5 days after we were taken I managed to escape alone in a small boat with water and provisions for a good length of time. When I finally found myself adrift and free, I had but little idea of my surroundings. Never a competent navigator, I could only guess vaguely by the sun and stars that I was somewhat south of the equator. Of the longitude I knew nothing, and no island or coastline was in sight. The weather kept fair, and for uncounted days I drifted aimlessly beneath the scorching sun, waiting either for some passing ship or to be cast on the shores of some habitable land. But neither ship nor land appeared, and I began to despair in my solitude upon the heaving vastness of unbroken blue. The change that happened whilst I slept. Its details I shall never know, for my slumber, though troubled and dream-infested, was continuous. When at last I awaked, it was to discover myself half sucked into a slimy expanse of hellish black mire which extended about me in monotonous undulations as far as I could see, and in which my boat lay grounded some distance away. Though one might well imagine my first sensation would be of wonder at so prodigious and unexpected a transformation of scenery, I was in reality more horrified than astonished. For there was in the air and in the rotting soil a sinister quality which chilled me to the very core. The region was putrid with the carcasses of decaying fish, and of other less describable things which I saw protruding from the nasty mud of the unending plain. Perhaps I should not hope to convey in mere words the unutterable hideousness that can dwell in absolute silence and barren immensity. There was nothing within hearing, and nothing in sight save a vast reach of black slime. Yet the very completeness of the stillness and the homogeneity of the landscape oppressed me with a nauseating fear. The sun was blazing down from the sky, which seemed to me almost black in its cloudless cruelty, as though reflecting the inky marsh beneath my feet. As I crawled into the stranded boat, I realized that only one theory could explain my position. Through some unprecedented volcanic upheaval, a portion of the ocean floor must have been thrown to the surface, exposing regions which for innumerable millions of years had lain hidden under unfathomable watery depths. So great was the extent of the new land which had risen beneath me that I could not detect the faintest noise of the surging ocean, strain my ears as I might. Nor were there any seafowl to prey upon the dead things. For several hours I sat thinking or brooding in the boat, which lay upon its side and afforded a slight shade as the sun moved across the heavens. As the day progressed, the ground lost some of its stickiness, and it seemed likely to dry sufficiently for traveling purposes in a short time. That night I slept but little, and the next day I made for myself a pack containing food and water, preparatory to an overland journey in search of the vanished sea and possible rescue. On the third morning I found the soil dry enough to walk upon with ease. The odor of the fish was maddening, but I was too much concerned with graver things to mind so slight an evil, and set out boldly for an unknown goal. All day I forged steadily westward, guided by a faraway hummock which rose higher than any other elevation on the rolling desert. That night I encamped, and on the following day still traveled toward the hummock, though that object seemed scarcely nearer than when I had first espied it. Too weary to ascend, I slept in the shadow of the hill. I know not why my dreams were so wild that night, but ere the waning and fantastically gibbous moon had risen far above the eastern plain, I was awake in a cold perspiration, determined to sleep no more. Such visions as I had experienced were too much for me to endure again, and in the glow of the moon I saw how unwise I had been to travel by day. Without the glare of the parching sun, my journey would have cost me less energy. Indeed, I now felt quite able to perform the ascent which had deterred me at sunset. Picking up my pack, I started for the crest of the eminence. I have said that the unbroken monotony of the rolling plain was a source of vague horror to me, but I think my horror was greater when I gained the summit of the mound and looked down the other side into an immeasurable pit or canyon, whose black recesses the moon had not yet soared high enough to illumine. I felt myself on the edge of the world, peering over the rim into a fathomless chaos of eternal night. Through my terror ran curious reminiscences of Paradise Lost and of Satan's hideous climb through the unfashioned realms of darkness. As the moon climbed higher in the sky, I began to see that the slopes of the valley were not quite so perpendicular as I had imagined. Ledges and outcroppings of rock afforded fairly easy footholds for a descent, whilst after a drop of a few hundred feet the declivity became very gradual. Urged on by an impulse which I cannot definitely analyze, I scrambled with difficulty down the rocks and stood on the gentler slope beneath, gazing into the Stygian depths where no light had yet penetrated. All at once my attention was captured by a vast and singular object on the opposite slope, which rose steeply about 100 yards ahead of me, an object that gleamed whitely in the newly bestowed rays of the ascending moon. That it was merely a gigantic piece of stone I soon assured myself, but I was conscious of a distant impression that its contours and position were not altogether the work of nature. A closer scrutiny filled me with sensations I cannot express, for despite its enormous magnitude and its position in an abyss which had yawned at the bottom of the sea since the world was young, I perceived beyond a doubt that the strange object was a well-shaped monolith, whose massive bulk had known the workmanship and perhaps the worship of living and thinking creatures. Dazed and frightened, yet without a certain thrill of the scientist's or archaeologist's delight, I examined my surroundings more closely. The moon, now near the zenith, shone weirdly and vividly above the towering steeps that hemmed in the chasm, and revealed the fact that a far-flung body of water flowed at the bottom, winding out of sight in both directions, and almost lapping my feet as I stood on the slope. Across the chasm, the wavelets washed the base of the cyclopean monolith, on whose surface I could now trace both inscriptions and crude sculptures. The writing was in a system of hieroglyphs unknown to me, and unlike anything I had ever seen in books, consisting for the most part of conventionalized aquatic symbols such as fishes, eels, octopi, crustaceans, mussels, whales, and the like. Several characters obviously represented marine things which are unknown to the modern world, but whose decomposing forms I had observed on the ocean-risen plain. It was the pictorial carving, however, that did most to hold me spellbound. Plainly visible across the intervening water on account of their enormous size were an array of bas-reliefs whose subjects would have excited the envy of a Doré. I think that these things were supposed to depict men, at least a certain sort of men, though the creatures were shown disporting like fishes in the waters of some marine grotto, or paying homage at some monolithic shrine which appeared to be under the waves as well. Of their faces and forms I dare not speak in detail, and the mere remembrance makes me grow faint. Grotesque beyond the imagination of a Poe or Bulwer, they were damnably human in general outline, despite webbed hands and feet, shockingly wide and flabby lips, glassy, bulging eyes, and other features less pleasant to recall. Curiously enough, they seem to have been chiseled badly out of proportion with their scenic background, for one of the creatures was shown in the act of killing a whale represented as but little larger than himself. I remarked, as I say, their grotesqueness and strange size, but in a moment decided that they were merely imaginary gods of some primitive fish or seafaring tribe. Some tribe whose last descendant had perished eras before the first ancestor of the Piltdown or Neanderthal man was born. Awestruck at this unexpected glimpse into a past beyond the conception of the most daring anthropologist, I stood musing whilst the moon cast queer reflections on the silent channel before me. Then, suddenly, I saw it. With only a slight churning to mask its rise to the surface, a thing slid into view above the dark waters. Vast, Polyphemus-like and loathsome, it darted like a stupendous monster of nightmares to the monolith. about which it flung its gigantic scaly arms, the while it bowed its hideous head and gave vent to certain measured sounds. I think I went mad then. Of my frantic ascent of the slope and cliff, and of my delirious journey back to the stranded boat, I remember little. I believe I sang a great deal and laughed oddly when I was unable to sing. I have indistinct recollections of a great storm some time after I reached the boat. At any rate, I know that I heard peals of thunder and other tones which nature utters only in her wildest moods. When I came out of the shadows, I was in a San Francisco hospital, brought thither by the captain of the American ship which had picked up my boat in mid-ocean. In my delirium I had said much, but found that my words had been given scant attention. Of any land upheaval in the Pacific, my rescuers knew nothing, nor did I deem it necessary to insist upon a thing which I knew they could not believe. Once I sought out a celebrated ethnologist and amused him with peculiar questions regarding the ancient Philistine legend of Dagon, the fish god. But soon perceiving that he was hopelessly conventional, I did not press my inquiries. It is at night, especially when the moon is gibbous and waning, that I see the thing. I tried morphine, but the drug has given only transient sucrese, and has drawn me into its clutches as a hopeless slave. So now I am to end it all, having written a full account for the information or the contemptuous amusement of my fellow men. Often I ask myself if it could not all have been a pure phantasm, a mere freak of fever as I lay sun-stricken and raving in the open boat after my escape from the German man-of-war. This I ask myself, but ever does there come before me a hideously vivid vision in reply. I cannot think of the deep sea without shuddering at the nameless things that may at this very moment be crawling and floundering on its slimy bed, worshipping their ancient stone idols, and carving their own detestable likenesses on submarine obelisks of water-soaked granite. I dream of a day when they may rise above the billows to drag down in their reeking talons the remnants of puny, war-exhausted mankind. Of a day when the land shall sink, and the dark ocean shall ascend amidst universal pandemonium. The end is near. I hear a noise at the door, as of some immense slippery body lumbering against it. It shall not find me. God, that hand! The window! The window! End of Dagon.
A Dead Secret by Lafcadio Hearn. Read by Tony Scheinman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Dead Secret by Lafcadio Hearn. A long time ago, in the province of Tamba, there lived a rich merchant named Inamuriya Gensuke. He had a daughter called Osono. As she was very clever and pretty, he thought it would be a pity to let her grow up with only such teaching as the country teachers could give her, so he sent her, in care of some trusty attendants, to Kyoto, that she might be trained in the polite accomplishments taught to the ladies of the capital. After she had thus been educated, she was married to a friend of her father's family, a merchant named Nagaraya, and she lived happily with him for nearly 4 years. They had one child, a boy. But Osono fell ill and died in the 4th year after her marriage. On the night after the funeral of Osono, her little son said that his mamma had come back and was in the room upstairs. She had smiled at him, but would not talk to him, so he became afraid and ran away. Then some of the family went upstairs to the room which had been Osono's, and they were startled to see, by the light of a small lamp which had been kindled before a shrine in that room, the figure of the dead mother. She appeared as if standing in front of a tansu, or chest of drawers, that still contained her ornaments and her wearing apparel. Her head and shoulders could very distinctly be seen, but from the waist downwards the figure thinned into invisibility. It was like an imperfect reflection of her, and transparent as a shadow on water. Then the folk were afraid and left the room. Below they consulted together, and the mother of Osono's husband said, "A woman is fond of her small things, and Osono was much attached to her belongings. Perhaps she has come back to look at them. Many dead persons will do that, unless the things be given to the parish temple. If we present Osono's robes and girdles to the temple, her spirit will probably find rest." It was agreed that this should be done as soon as possible. So on the following morning the drawers were emptied, and all of Osono's ornaments and dresses were taken to the temple. But she came back the next night and looked at the tansu as before. And she came back also on the night following, and the night after that, and every night. And the house became a house of fear. The mother of Osono's husband then went to the parish temple and told the chief priest all that had happened, and asked for ghostly counsel. The temple was a Zen temple, and the head priest was a learned old man known as Daigen Osho. He said, "There must be something about which she is anxious in or near that tansu." "But we emptied all the drawers," replied the woman. "There is nothing in the tansu." "Well," said Daigen Osho, "tonight I shall go to your house and keep watch in that room, and see what can be done. You must give orders that no person shall enter the room while I am watching, unless I call." After sundown, Daigen Osho went to the house and found the room made ready for him. He remained there alone, reading the sutras, and nothing happened until after the hour of the rat. Then the figure of Osono suddenly outlined itself in front of the tansu. Her face had a wistful look, and she kept her eyes fixed upon the tansu. The priest uttered the holy formula prescribed in such cases, and then, addressing the figure by the kaimyo of Osono, said, "I have come here in order to help you. Perhaps in that tansu there is something about which you have reason to feel anxious. Shall I try to find it for you?" The shadow appeared to give consent by a slight motion of the head, and the priest, rising, opened the top drawer. It was empty. Successively he opened the second, the third, and the fourth drawer. He searched carefully behind them and beneath them. He carefully examined the interior of the chest. He found nothing, but the figure remained gazing as wistfully as before. "What can she want?" thought the priest. Suddenly it occurred to him that there might be something hidden under the paper with which the drawers were lined. He removed the lining of the first drawer. Nothing. He removed the lining of the second and third drawers. Still nothing. But under the lining of the lowermost drawer he found a letter. "Is this the thing about which you have been troubled?" he asked. The shadow of the woman turned toward him, her faint gaze fixed upon the letter. "Shall I burn it for you?" he asked. She bowed before him. "It shall be burned in the temple this very morning," he promised, "and no one shall read it except myself." The figure smiled and vanished. Dawn was breaking as the priest descended the stairs to find the family waiting anxiously below. "Do not be anxious," he said to them. "She will not appear again." And she never did. The letter was burned. It was a love letter written to Osono in the time of her studies at Kyoto. But the priest alone knew what was in it, and the secret died with him. End of A Dead Secret.
His Dead Wife's Photograph by S. Mukherjee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. His Dead Wife's Photograph by S. Mukherjee. This story created a sensation when it was first told. It appeared in the papers, and many big physicists and natural philosophers were, at least so they thought, able to explain the phenomenon. I shall narrate the event, and also tell the reader what explanation was given, and let him draw his own conclusions. This is what happened. A friend of mine, a clerk in the same office as myself, was an amateur photographer. Let us call him Jones. Jones had a half-plate Sanderson camera with a Ross lens and a Thornton Pickard behind-lens shutter, with pneumatic release. The plate in question was a Ratton's Ordinary, developed with Ilford Pyro Soda developer, prepared at home. All these particulars I give for the benefit of the more technical reader. Mr. Smith, another clerk in our office, invited Mr. Jones to take a likeness of his wife and sister-in-law. This sister-in-law was the wife of Mr. Smith's elder brother, who was also a government servant then on leave. The idea of the photograph was of the sister-in-law. Jones was a keen photographer himself. He had photographed everybody in the office, including the peons and sweepers, and had even supplied every sitter of his with copies of his handiwork. So he most willingly consented and anxiously awaited for the Sunday on which the photograph was to be taken. Early on Sunday morning, Jones went to the Smiths. The arrangement of light in the veranda was such that a photograph could only be taken after midday, and so he stayed there to breakfast. At about 1 in the afternoon all arrangements were complete, and the two ladies, Mrs. Smiths, were made to sit in 2 cane chairs, and after long and careful focusing, and moving the camera about for an hour, Jones was satisfied at last, and an exposure was made. Jones was sure that the plate was all right, and so a second plate was not exposed, although in the usual course of things this should have been done. He wrapped up his things and went home, promising to develop the plate the same night and bring a copy of the photograph the next day to the office. The next day, which was a Monday, Jones came to the office very early, and I was the first person to meet him. "Well, Mr. Photographer," I asked, "what success?" "I got the picture all right," said Jones, unwrapping an unmounted picture and handing it over to me. "Most funny, don't you think so?" "No, I don't. I think it is all right. At any rate, I did not expect anything better from you," I said. "No," said Jones. "The funny thing is that only 2 ladies sat." "Quite right," I said. "The third stood in the middle." "There was no third lady at all there," said Jones. "Then you imagined she was there, and there we find her." "I tell you, there were only 2 ladies there when I exposed," insisted Jones. He was looking awfully worried. "Do you want me to believe that there were only 2 persons when the plate was exposed, and then 3 when it was developed?" I asked. "That is exactly what has happened," said Jones. "Then it must be the most wonderful developer you used, or was it that this was the second exposure given to the same plate?" "The developer is the one which I have been using for the last 3 years, and the plate the one I charged on Saturday night out of a new box that I purchased only in the afternoon that day." A number of other clerks had come up in the meantime, and were taking great interest in the picture and in Jones' assertion. It is only right that a description of the picture be given here for the benefit of the reader. I wish I could reproduce the original picture too, but that, for certain reasons, is impossible. When the plate was actually exposed, there were only 2 ladies, both of whom were sitting in cane chairs. When the plate was developed, it was found that there was in the picture a figure, that of a lady, standing in the middle. She wore a broad-edged dhoti. The reader should not forget that all the characters are Indians. Only the upper half of her body was visible, the lower being concealed from view by the low backs of the cane chairs. She was evidently behind the chairs, and consequently slightly out of focus. Still, everything was quite clear. Even her long necklace was visible through the little opening in the dhoti near the right shoulder. She was resting her hands on the backs of the chairs, and the fingers were nearly totally out of focus, but a ring on the right ring finger was distinctly visible. She looked like a handsome young woman of 22, short and thin. One of the earrings was also clearly discernible, although the face itself was slightly out of focus. One thing, and probably the funniest thing, that we overlooked then, but observed afterwards, that immediately behind the 3 ladies was a barred window. The 2 ladies, who were 1 on each side, covered up the bars to a certain height from the bottom with their bodies, but the lady in the middle was partly transparent, because the bars of the window were very faintly distinguishable through her. This fact, however, as I have said already, we did not observe then. We only laughed at Jones, and tried to assure him that he was either drunk or asleep. At this moment, Smith of our office walked in, removing the trouser clips from his legs. Smith took the unmounted photograph, looked at it for a minute, turned red and blue and green, and finally very pale. Of course, we asked him what the matter was, and this is what he said. "The third lady in the middle was my first wife, who has been dead these 8 years. Before her death she asked me a number of times to have her photograph taken. She used to say that she had a presentiment that she might die early. I did not believe in her presentiment myself, but I did not object to the photograph. So one day I ordered a carriage and asked her to dress up. We intended to go to a good professional. She dressed up and the carriage was ready, but as we were going to start, news reached us that her mother was dangerously ill. So we went to see her mother instead. The mother was very ill, and I had to leave her there. Immediately afterwards, I was sent away on duty to another station, and so could not bring her back. It was in fact after full 3 months and a half that I returned, and then, though her mother was all right, my wife was not. Within 15 days of my return, she died of puerperal fever after childbirth, and the child died too. Thus it happened that her photograph was never taken. When she dressed up for the last time on the day that she left my home, she had the necklace and the earrings on, as you see her wearing them in the photograph. My present wife has them now, but she does not generally put them on. This was too big a pill for me to swallow, so I at once took French leave from my office, bagged the photograph, and rushed out on my bicycle. I went to Mr. Smith's house and looked Mrs. Smith up. Of course, she was much astonished to see a third lady in the picture, but could not guess who she was. This I had expected, as supposing Smith's story to be true. This lady had never seen her husband's first wife. The elder brother's wife, however, recognized the likeness at once, and she virtually repeated the story which Smith had told us in the morning. She even brought out the necklace and the earrings for my inspection and conviction. They were the same as those in the photograph. All the principal newspapers of that time got hold of the fact, and within a week there was any number of applications for the ghostly photograph. But Mr. Jones refused to supply copies of it to anybody for various reasons, the principal being that Smith would not allow it. I am, however, the fortunate possessor of a copy, which, for obvious reasons, I am not allowed to show anybody. One copy of the picture was sent to America, and another to England. I do not now remember exactly to whom. My own copy I showed to the Reverend Father M.A., D.Sc., B.D., etc., and asked him to find out a scientific explanation of the phenomenon. The following explanation was given by the gentleman. I am afraid I shall not be able to reproduce the learned father's exact words, but this is what he meant, or at least what I understood him to mean. The girl in question was dressed in this particular way on an occasion, say 10 years ago. Her image was cast on space, and the reflection was projected from one luminous body, one planet, on another till it made a circuit of millions and millions of miles in space, and then came back to Earth at the exact moment when your friend Mr. Jones was going to make the exposure. Take, for instance, the case of a man who is taking the photograph of a mirage. He is photographing place X from place Y, when X and Y are, say, 200 miles apart, and it may be that his camera is facing east, while place X is actually towards the west of place Y. At school, I had read a little of science and chemistry, and could make a dry analysis of a salt, but this was an item too abstruse for my limited comprehension. The fact, however, remains, and I believe it, that Smith's first wife did come back to this terrestrial globe of ours over 8 years after her death, to give a sitting for a photograph in a form which, though it did not affect the retina of our eye, did impress a sensitized plate. In a form that did not affect the retina of the eye, I say, because Jones must have been looking at his sitters at the time when he was pressing the bulb of the pneumatic release of his time and instantaneous shutter. The story is most wonderful, but this is exactly what happened. Smith says this is the first time he has ever seen or heard from his dead wife. It is popularly believed in India that a dead wife gives a lot of trouble if she ever revisits this earth, but this is, thank God, not the experience of my friend Mr. Smith. It is now over 7 years since the event mentioned above happened, and the dead girl has never appeared again. I would very much like to have a photograph of the two ladies taken once more, but I have never ventured to approach Smith with the proposal. In fact, I learnt photography myself with a view to take the photograph of the two ladies, but as I have said, I have never been able to speak to Smith about my intention, and probably never shall. The £10 that I spent on my cheap photographic outfit may be a waste, but I have learnt an art which, though rather costly for my limited means, is nevertheless worth learning, being closely allied to the art that can immortalize the art that baffles time's tyrannic claim. End of The Dead Wife's Photograph. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
The Empty House by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eli Hines. The Empty House by Algernon Blackwood. Certain houses, like certain persons, manage somehow to proclaim at once their character for evil. In the case of the latter, no particular feature need betray them. They may boast an open countenance and an ingenious smile, and yet a little of their company leaves the unalterable conviction that there is something radically amiss with their being, that they are evil. Willy-nilly, they seem to communicate an atmosphere of secret and wicked thoughts, which makes those in their immediate neighborhood shrink from them as from a thing diseased. Perhaps, with houses the same principle is operative, and it is the aroma of evil deeds committed under a particular roof, long after the actual doers have passed away, that makes the goose-flesh come and the hair rise. Something of the original passion of the evildoer, and of the horror felt by his victim, enters the heart of the innocent watcher, and he becomes suddenly conscious of tingling nerves, creeping skin, and a chilling of the blood. He is terror-stricken, without apparent cause. There was manifestly nothing in the external appearance of this house to bear out the tales of the horror that was said to reign within. It was neither lonely nor unkempt. It stood crowded into a corner of the square, and looked exactly like the houses on either side of it. It had the same number of windows as its neighbors, the same balcony overlooking the gardens, the same white steps leading up to the heavy black front door, and in the rear there was the same narrow strip of green, with neat box borders running up to the wall that divided it from the backs of the adjoining houses. Apparently, too, the number of chimney pots on the roof was the same, the breadth and angle of the eaves, and even the height of the dirty area railings. And yet this house in the square, that seemed precisely similar to its 50 ugly neighbors, was, as a matter of fact, entirely different. Horribly different. Wherein lay this marked and visible difference is impossible to say. It cannot be ascribed wholly to the imagination, because persons who had spent some time in this house, knowing nothing of the facts, had declared positively that certain rooms were so disagreeable they would rather die than enter them again, and that the atmosphere of the whole house produced in them symptoms of genuine terror. While the series of innocent tenants who had tried to live in it and been forced to decamp at the shortest possible notice was indeed little less than a scandal in the town. When Shorthouse arrived to pay a weekend visit to his Aunt Julia in her little house on the seafront at the other end of town, he found her charged to the brim with mystery and excitement. He had only received her telegram that morning, and he had come anticipating boredom. But the moment he touched her hand and kissed her apple-skin wrinkled cheek, he caught the first wave of her electrical condition. The impression deepened when he had learned that there were to be no other visitors, and that he had been telegraphed for with a very special object. Something was in the wind, and the something would doubtless bear fruit, for this elderly spinster aunt with a mania for physical research had brains as well as willpower, and by hook or by crook she usually managed to accomplish her ends. The revelation was made soon after tea, when she sidled close up to him as they paced slowly along the seafront in the dusk. "I've got the keys," she announced in a delighted, yet half-awesome voice. "Got them till Monday." "The keys of the bathing machine, or?" he asked innocently, looking from the sea to the town. Nothing brought her so quickly to the point as feigning stupidity. "Neither," she whispered. "I've got the keys of the haunted house in the square, and I'm going there tonight." Shorthouse was conscious of the slightest possible tremor down his back. He dropped his teasing tone. Something in her voice and manner thrilled him. She was in earnest. "But you can't go alone," he began. "That's why I wired for you," she said with decision. He turned to look at her. The ugly, lined, enigmatical face was alive with excitement. There was the glow of genuine enthusiasm round it like a halo. Her eyes shone. He caught another wave of her excitement, and a second tremor, more marked than the first, accompanied it. "Thanks, Aunt Julia," he said politely. "Thanks awfully." "I should not dare to go quite alone," she went on, raising her voice. "But with you I should enjoy it immensely. You're afraid of nothing, I know." "Thanks so much," he said again. Is anything likely to happen?" "A great deal has happened," she whispered, "though it's been most cleverly hushed up. 3 tenants have now come and gone in the last few months, and the house is said to be empty for good now." In spite of himself, Shorthouse became interested. His aunt was so very much in earnest. "The house is very old indeed," she went on, "and the story, an unpleasant one, dates a long way back. It has to do with a murder committed by a jealous stableman who had some affair with the servant in the house. One night, he managed to secrete himself in the cellar, and when everyone was asleep, he crept upstairs to the servants' quarters, chased the girl down to the next landing, and before anyone could come to the rescue, threw her bodily over the banisters into the hall below. And the stableman was caught, I believe, and hanged for murder. But it all happened a century ago, and I've not been able to get more details of the story." Shorthouse now felt his interest thoroughly aroused, but though he was not particularly nervous for himself, he hesitated a little on his aunt's account. "On one condition," he said at length. "Nothing will prevent my going," she said firmly, "but I may as well hear your condition." "That you guarantee your power of self-control if anything really horrible happens. I mean, that you are sure you won't get too frightened." "Jim," she said scornfully, "I'm not young, I know, nor are my nerves, but with you, I should be afraid of nothing in the world." This, of course, settled it, for Shorthouse had no pretensions to being other than a very ordinary young man, and an appeal to his vanity was irresistible. He agreed to go. Instinctively, by a sort of subconscious preparation, he kept himself and his forces well in hand the whole evening, compelling an accumulative reserve of control by that nameless inward process of gradually putting all the emotions away and turning the key upon them. A process difficult to describe, but wonderfully effective, as all men who have lived through severe trials of the inner man well understand. Later, it stood him in good stead. But it was not until 10:30 when they stood in the hall, well in the glare of friendly lamps still surrounded by comforting human influences, that he had to make the first call upon this store of collected strength. For, once the door was closed, and he saw the deserted, silent street stretching away in the white moonlight before them, it came to him clearly that the real test that night would be in dealing with 2 fears instead of 1. He would have to carry his aunt's fear as well as his own, and as he glanced down at her sphinx-like countenance and realized that it might assume no pleasant aspect in a rush of real terror, he felt satisfied with only one thing in the whole adventure: that he had the confidence in his own will and power to stand against any shock that might come. Slowly they walked along the empty streets of the town. A bright autumn moon silvered the roofs, casting deep shadows. There was no breath of the wind, and the trees in the formal gardens by the seafront watched them silently as they passed along. To his aunt's occasional remarks, Shorthouse made no reply, realizing that she was simply surrounding herself with mental buffers, saying ordinary things to prevent herself thinking of extraordinary things. Few windows showed lights, and from scarcely a single chimney came smoke or sparks. Shorthouse had already begun to notice everything, even the smallest details. Presently they stopped at the street corner and looked up at the name on the side of the house, full in the moonlight, and with one accord but without remark, turned into the square and crossed over to the side of it that lay in the shadow. "The number of the house is 13, whispered a voice at his side, and neither of them made the obvious reference, but passed across the broad sheet of moonlight and began to march up the pavement in silence. It was about halfway up the square that Shorthouse felt an arm slipped quietly but significantly into his own, and knew then that their adventure had begun in earnest, and that his companion was already yielding imperceptibly to the influences against them. She needed support. A few minutes later, they stopped before a tall, narrow house that rose before them into the night, ugly in shape and painted a dingy white. Shutterless windows without blinds stared down upon them, shining here and there in the moonlight. There were weather streaks in the wall and cracks in the paint, and the balcony bulged out from the first floor a little unnaturally. But beyond this generally forlorn appearance of an unoccupied house, there was nothing at first sight to single out this particular mansion for the evil character it had most certainly acquired. Taking a look over their shoulders to make sure they had not been followed, they went boldly up the steps and stood against the huge black door that fronted them forbiddingly. But the first wave of nervousness was now upon them, and Shorthouse fumbled a long time with the key before he could fit it into the lock at all. For a moment, if truth were told, they both hoped it would not open, for they were prey to various unpleasant emotions as they stood there on the threshold of their ghostly adventure. Shorthouse, shuffling with the key and hampered by the steady weight on his arm, certainly felt the solemnity of the moment. It was as if the whole world, for all experience, seemed at that instant concentrated in his own consciousness, were listening to the grating noise of that key. A stray puff of wind wandering down the empty street woke a momentary rustling in the trees behind them, but otherwise this rattling of the key was the only sound audible, and at last it turned in the lock, and the heavy door swung open and revealed a yawning gulf of darkness beyond. With a last glance at the moonlit square, they passed quickly in, and the door slammed behind them with a roar that echoed prodigiously through the empty halls and passages. But instantly, with the echoes, another sound made itself heard, and Aunt Julia leaned suddenly so heavily upon him that he had to take a step backwards to save himself from falling. A man had coughed so close beside them, so close that it seemed they must have been actually by his side in the darkness. With the possibility of practical jokes in his mind, Shorthouse at once swung his heavy stick in the direction of the sound, but it met nothing more solid than air. He heard his aunt give a little gasp beside him. "There's someone here," she whispered. "I heard him." "Be quiet," he said sternly. It was nothing but the noise of the front door. "Oh, get a light, quick," she added, as her nephew, fumbling with a box of matches, opened it upside down and let them all fall with a rattle onto the stone floor. The sound, however, was not repeated, and there was no evidence of retreating footsteps. In another minute they had a candle burning, using an empty end of a cigar case as a holder, and when the first flare had died down, he held the impromptu lamp aloft and surveyed the scene. And it was dreary enough in all conscience, for there is nothing more desolate in all the abodes of men than an unfinished house dimly lit, silent and forsaken, and yet tenanted by rumor with the memories of evil and violent histories. They were standing in a wide hallway. On their left was the open door of a spacious dining room, and in front the hall ran, ever narrowing, into a long, dark passage that led apparently to the top of the kitchen stairs. The broad, uncarpeted staircase rose in a sweep before them, everywhere draped in shadows, except for a single spot about halfway up where the moonlight came in through the window and fell on a bright patch on the boards. This shaft of light shed a faint radiance above and below it, lending to the objects within its reach a misty outline that was infinitely more suggestive and ghostly than complete darkness. Filtered moonlight always seems to paint faces on the surrounding gloom, and as Shorthouse peered up into the well of darkness and thought of the countless empty rooms and passages in the upper part of the old house, he caught himself longing again for the safety of the moonlit square, or the cozy, bright drawing room they had left an hour before. Then, realizing that these thoughts were dangerous, he thrust them away again and summoned all his energy for concentration on the present. "Aunt Julia," he said aloud, severely, "we must now go through the house from top to bottom and make a thorough search." The echoes of his voice died away slowly all over the building, and in the intense silence that followed, he turned to look at her. In the candlelight, he saw that her face was already ghastly pale, but she dropped his arm for a moment and said in a whisper, stepping close in front of him, "I agree. We must be sure there's no one hiding. That's the first thing." She spoke with evident effort, and he looked at her with admiration. "You feel quite sure of yourself? It's not too late." "I think so," she whispered, her eyes shifting nervously towards the shadows behind. "Quite sure. Only one thing." "What's that?"
"You must never leave me alone for an instant."
"As long as you understand that any sound or appearance must be investigated at once, for to hesitate means to admit fear. That is fatal."
"Agreed," she said, a little shakily, after a moment's hesitation. "I'll try."
Arm in arm, Shorthouse holding the dripping candle and the stick, while his aunt carried the cloak over her shoulders, figures of utter comedy to all but themselves, they began a systematic search. Stealthily, walking on tiptoe and shading the candle lest it should betray their presence through the shutterless windows, they went first into the big dining room. There was not a stick of furniture to be seen. Bare walls, ugly mantelpieces, and empty grates stared at them. Everything, they felt, resented their intrusion, watching them, as it were, with veiled eyes. Whispers followed them. Shadows flitted noiselessly to the right and left. Something seemed ever at their back, watching, waiting an opportunity to do them injury. There was the inevitable sense that operations which went on when the room was empty had been temporarily suspended till they were well out of the way again. The whole dark interior of the old building seemed to become a malignant presence that rose up, warning them to desist and mind their own business. Every moment, the strain on the nerves increased. Out of the gloomy dining room, they passed through large folding doors into a sort of library or smoking room, wrapped equally in silence, darkness, and dust. And from this they regained the hall near the top of the back stairs. Here a pitch-black tunnel opened before them into the lower regions, and, it must be confessed, they hesitated. But only for a minute. With the worst of the night still to come, it was essential to turn from nothing. Aunt Julia stumbled at the top step of the dark descent, ill-lit by the flickering candle, and even Shorthouse felt at least half the decision go out of his legs. "Come on," he said peremptorily, and his voice ran on and lost itself in the dark, empty spaces below. "I'm coming," she faltered, catching his arm with unnecessary violence. They went a little unsteadily down the stone steps, a cold, damp air meeting them in the face, close and malodorous. The kitchen, into which the stairs led along a narrow passage, was large, with a lofty ceiling. Several doors opened out of it, some into cupboards with empty jars still standing on the shelves, and others into horrible little ghostly back offices, each colder and less inviting than the last. Black beetles scurried over the floor, and once, when they knocked against a deal table standing in a corner, something about the size of a cat jumped down with a rush and fled, scampering across the stone floor into the darkness. Everywhere there was a sense of recent occupation, an impression of sadness and gloom. Leaving the main kitchen, They next went towards the scullery. The door was standing ajar, and as they pushed it open to its full extent, Aunt Julia uttered a piercing scream, which she instantly tried to stifle by placing her hand over her mouth. For a second, Shorthouse stood stock still, catching his breath. He felt as if his spine had suddenly become hollow and someone had filled it with particles of ice. Facing them, directly in their way between the doorposts, stood the figure of a woman. She had disheveled hair and wildly staring eyes, and her face was terrified and white as death. She stood there motionless for the space of a single second. Then the candle flickered, and she was gone, utterly gone, and the door framed nothing but the empty darkness. "Only the beastly jumping candlelight," he said quickly, in a voice that sounded like someone else's and was only half under control. "Come on, Aunt. There's nothing there." He dragged her forward. With a clattering of feet and a great appearance of boldness, they went on. But over his body, the skin moved as if crawling ants covered it. And he knew by the weight on his arm that he was supplying the force of locomotion for two. The scullery was cold, bare and empty, more like a large prison cell than anything else. They went round it, tried the door into the yard and the windows, but found them all fastened securely. His aunt moved beside him like a person in a dream. Her eyes were tightly shut, and she seemed merely to follow the pressure of his arm. Her courage filled him with amazement. At the same time, he noticed that a certain odd change had come over her face, a change which somehow evaded his power of analysis. "There's nothing here, Auntie," he repeated aloud, quickly. "Let's go upstairs and see the rest of the house. Then we'll choose a room to wait up in." She followed him obediently, keeping close to his side, and they locked the kitchen door behind them. It was a relief to get up again. In the hall there was more light than before, for the moon had traveled a little further down the stairs. Cautiously, they began to go up into the dark vault of the upper house, the boards creaking under their weight. On the first floor, they found the large double drawing rooms, a search of which revealed nothing. Here also was no sign of furniture or recent occupancy, nothing but dust and neglect and shadows. They opened the big folding doors between the front and back drawing rooms, and then came out again to the landing and went on upstairs. They had not gone up more than a dozen steps when they both simultaneously stopped to listen, looking into each other's eyes with a new apprehension across the flickering candle flame. From the room they had left hardly 10 seconds before came the sound of doors quietly closing. It was beyond all question they had heard the booming noise that accompanies the shutting of heavy doors, followed by the sharp catching of the latch. "We must go back and see," said Shorthouse briefly, in a low tone, and turning to go downstairs again. Somehow she managed to drag after him, her feet catching in her dress, her face livid. When they entered the front drawing room, it was plain that the folding doors had been closed half a minute before. Without hesitation, Shorthouse opened them. He almost expected to see someone facing him in the back room, but only darkness and cold air met him. They went through both rooms, finding nothing unusual. They tried in every way to make the doors close of themselves, but there was not wind enough even to set the candle flame flickering. The doors would not move without strong pressure. All was silent as the grave. Undeniably, the rooms were utterly empty, and the house utterly still. "It's beginning," whispered a voice at his elbow, which he hardly recognized as his aunt's. He nodded acquiescence, taking out his watch to note the time. It was 15 minutes before midnight. He made the entry of exactly what had occurred in his notebook, setting the candle in its case upon the floor in order to do so. It took a moment or two to balance it safely against the wall. Aunt Julia always declared that at this moment she was not actually watching him, but had turned her head towards the inner room where she fancied she heard something moving. But, at any rate, both positively agreed that there came a sound of rushing feet, heavy and very swift, and the next instant the candle was out. But to Shorthouse himself had come more than this, and he has always thanked his fortunate stars that it came to him alone and not to his aunt too. For, as he rose from the stooping position of balancing the candle, and before it was actually extinguished, a face thrust itself forward so close to his own that he could have almost touched it with his lips. It was a face working with passion, a man's face, dark, with thick features, and angry, savage eyes. It belonged to a common man, and it was evil in its ordinary normal expression, no doubt. But as he saw it, alive with intense, aggressive emotion, it was a malignant and terrible human countenance. There was no movement of the air, nothing but the sound of rushing feet. Stockinged or muffled feet, the apparition of the face, and the almost simultaneous extinguishing of the candle. In spite of himself, Shorthouse uttered a little cry, nearly losing his balance as his aunt clung to him with her whole weight in one moment of real, uncontrollable terror. She made no sound, but simply seized him bodily. Fortunately, however, she had seen nothing, but had only heard the rushing feet, for her control returned almost at once, and he was able to disentangle himself and strike a match. The shadows ran away on all sides before the glare, and his aunt stooped down and groped for the cigar case with the precious candle. Then they discovered that the candle had not been blown out at all. It had been crushed out. The wick was pressed down into the wax, which was flattened as if by some smooth, heavy instrument. How his companion so quickly overcame her terror, Shorthouse never properly understood, but his admiration for her self-control increased tenfold, and at the same time served to feed his own dying flame, for which he was undeniably grateful. Equally inexplicable to him was the evidence of physical force they had just witnessed. He at once suppressed the memory of stories he had heard of physical mediums and their dangerous phenomena. For if these were true, and either his aunt or himself was unwittingly a physical medium, it meant that they were simply aiding to focus the forces of a haunted house already charged to the brim. It was like walking with unprotected lamps among uncovered stores of gunpowder. So, with as little reflection as possible, he simply relit the candle and went up to the next floor. The arm in his trembled, it's true, and his own tread was often uncertain, but they went on with thoroughness, and after a search revealing nothing, they climbed the last flight of stairs to the top floor of all.
Here they found a perfect nest of small servants' rooms, with broken pieces of furniture, dirty cane-bottomed chairs, chests of drawers, cracked mirrors, and decrepit bedsteads. The rooms had low-sloping ceilings, already hung here and there with cobwebs, small windows, and badly plastered walls, a depressing and dismal region which they were glad to leave behind. It was on the stroke of midnight when they entered a small room on the third floor, close to the top of the stairs, and arranged to make themselves comfortable for the remainder of their adventure. It was absolutely bare, and was said to be the room, then used as a clothes closet, into which the infuriated groom had chased his victim and finally caught her. Outside, across the narrow landing, began the stairs leading up to the floor above, and the servants' quarters where they had just searched. In spite of the chilliness of the night, there was something in the air of this room that cried for an open window. But there was more than this. Shorthouse could only describe it by saying that he felt less master of himself here than in any other part of the house. There was something that acted directly on the nerves, tiring the resolution, enfeebling the will. He was conscious of this result before he had been in the room 5 minutes, and it was in the short time they stayed there that he suffered the wholesale depletion of his vital forces, which was, for himself, the chief horror of the whole experience. They put the candle on the floor of the cupboard, leaving the door a few inches ajar so that there was no glare to confuse the eyes and no shadow to shift about on walls and ceiling. Then they spread the cloak on the floor and sat down to wait with their backs against the wall. Shorthouse was within 2 feet of the door onto the landing. His position commanded a good view of the main staircase leading down into the darkness, and also of the beginning of the servants' stairs going to the floor above. The heavy stick lay beside him within easy reach. The moon was now high above the house. Through the open window they could see the comforting stars like friendly eyes watching in the sky. One by one, the clocks of the town struck midnight, and when the sounds died away, the deep silence of a windless night fell again over everything. Only the boom of the sea, far away and lugubrious, filled the air with hollow murmurs. Inside the house, the silence became awful. Awful, he thought, because any minute now it might be broken by sounds portending terror. The strain of waiting told more and more severely on the nerves. They talked in whispers, when they talked at all, for their voices aloud sounded queer and unnatural. A chilliness, not altogether due to the night air, invaded the room and made them cold. The influences against them, whatever these might be, were slowly robbing them of self-confidence and the power of decisive action. Their forces were on the wane, and the possibility of real fear took on a new and terrible meaning. He began to tremble for the elderly woman by his side, whose pluck could hardly save her beyond a certain extent. He heard the blood singing in his veins. It sometimes seemed so loud that he fancied it prevented his hearing properly certain other sounds that were beginning very faintly to make themselves audible in the depths of the house. Every time he fastened his attention on these sounds, they instantly ceased. They certainly came no nearer. Yet he could not rid himself of the idea that movement was going on somewhere in the lower regions of the house. The drawing-room floor, where the doors that had been so strangely closed seemed too near. The sounds were further off than that. He thought of the great kitchen, with the scurrying black beetles, and of the dismal little scullery, but somehow or other, they did not seem to come from there either. Surely they were not outside the house. Then, suddenly, the truth flashed into his mind, and for the space of a minute he felt as if his blood had stopped flowing and turned to ice. The sounds were not downstairs at all. They were upstairs. Upstairs, somewhere among those horrid, gloomy little servants' rooms with their bits of broken furniture, low ceilings, and cramped windows. Upstairs, where the victim had first been disturbed and stalked to her death. And the moment he discovered where the sounds were, he began to hear them more clearly. It was the sound of feet moving stealthily along the passage overhead, in and out among the rooms, and past the furniture. He turned quickly to steal a glance at the motionless figure seated beside him, to note whether she had shared his discovery. The faint candlelight coming through the crack in the cupboard door threw her strongly marked face into vivid relief against the white of the wall. But it was something else that made him catch his breath and stare again. An extraordinary something had come into her face, and seemed to spread over her features like a mask. It smoothed out the deep lines and drew the skin everywhere a little tighter so that the wrinkles disappeared. It brought into the face, with the sole exception of the old eyes, an appearance of youth and almost of childhood. He stared in speechless amazement that was dangerously near to horror. It was his aunt's face indeed, but it was her face of 40 years ago, the vacant, innocent face of a girl. He had heard stories of that strange effect of terror, which could wipe a human countenance clean of other emotions, obliterating all previous expressions, but he had never realized that it could be literally true, or could mean anything so simply horrible as what he now saw. For the dreadful signature of overmastering fear was written plainly in that utter vacancy of the girlish face beside him, and when, feeling his intense gaze, she turned to look at him, he instinctively closed his eyes tightly to shut out the sight. Yet, when he turned a minute later, his feelings well in hand, he saw to his intense relief another expression. His aunt was smiling, and though the face was deathly white, the awful veil had lifted, and the normal look was returning. "Anything wrong?" was all he could think of to say at the moment, and the answer was eloquent, coming from such a woman. "I feel cold, and a little frightened," she whispered. He offered to close the window, but she seized hold of him and begged him not to leave her side, even for an instant. "It's upstairs, I know," she whispered with an odd half-laugh, "but I can't possibly go up." But Shorthouse thought otherwise, knowing that in action lay their best hope of self-control. He took the brandy flask and poured out a glass of neat spirit, stiff enough to help anybody over anything. She swallowed it with a little shiver. His only idea now was to get out of the house before her collapse became inevitable. But this could not safely be done by turning tail and running from the enemy. Inaction was no longer possible. Every minute he was growing less master of himself, and desperate, aggressive measures were imperative without further delay. Moreover, the action must be taken towards the enemy, not away from it. The climax, if necessary and unavoidable, would have to be faced boldly. He could do it now, but in 10 minutes he might not have the force left to act for himself, much less for both. Upstairs, the sounds were meanwhile becoming louder and closer, accompanied by occasional creaking of the boards. Someone was moving stealthily about, stumbling now and then awkwardly against the furniture. Waiting a few moments to allow the tremendous dose of spirits to produce its effect, and knowing this would last but a short time under the circumstances, Shorthouse then quietly got on his feet, saying in a determined voice, "Now, Aunt Julia, we'll go upstairs and find what all this noise is about. You must come too. It's what we agreed." He picked up his stick and went to the cupboard for the candle. A limp form rose shakily beside him, breathing hard, and he heard a voice say very faintly something about being ready to come. The woman's courage amazed him. It was so much greater than his own, and, as they advanced, holding aloft the dripping candle, some subtle force exhaled from this trembling, white-faced old woman at his side that was the true source of his inspiration. It held something really great that shamed him and gave him the support without which he would have proved far less equal to the occasion. They crossed the dark landing, avoiding with their eyes the deep black space over the banisters. Then they began to mount the narrow staircase to meet the sounds which, minute by minute, grew louder and nearer. About halfway up the stairs, Aunt Julia stumbled, and Shorthouse turned to catch her by the arm. And just at that moment there came a terrific crash in the servants' corridor overhead. It was instantly followed by a shrill, agonized scream that was a cry of terror and a cry for help melted into one. Before they could move aside or go down a single step, someone came rushing along the passage overhead, blundering horribly, racing madly at full speed, 3 steps at a time, down the very staircase where they stood. The steps were light and uncertain, but close behind them sounded the heavier tread of another person, and the staircase seemed to shake. Shorthouse and his companion just had time to flatten themselves against the wall when the jumble of flying steps was upon them, and 2 persons, with the slightest possible interval between them, dashed past at full speed. It was a perfect whirlwind of sound breaking in upon the midnight silence of the empty building. The 2 runners, pursuer and pursued, had passed clean through them where they stood, and already with a thud the boards below had received first one, then the other. Yet they had seen absolutely nothing. Not a hand, or arm, or face, or even a shred of flying clothing. There came a second's pause. Then the first one, the lighter of the 2, obviously the pursued one, ran with uncertain footsteps into the little room which Shorthouse and his aunt had just left. The heavier one followed. There was a sound of scuffling, gasping, and smothered screaming. And then, out onto the landing came the step of a single person, treading weightily. A dead silence followed for the space of half a minute, and then was heard a rushing sound through the air. It was followed by a dull, crashing thud in the depths of the house below, on the stone floor of the hall. Utter silence reigned after. Nothing moved. The flame of the candle was steady. It had been steady the whole time, and the air had been undisturbed by any movement whatsoever. Palsied with terror, Aunt Julia, without waiting for her companion, began fumbling her way downstairs. She was crying gently to herself, and when Shorthouse put her arm round her and half carried her, he felt that she was trembling like a leaf. He went into the little room and picked up the cloak from the floor, and, arm in arm, walking very slowly, without speaking a word or looking once behind them, they marched down the 3 flights into the hall. In the hall they saw nothing, but the whole way down the stairs they were conscious that someone followed them, step by step. When they went faster, it was left behind, and when they went more slowly, it caught them up. But never once did they look behind to see, and at each turning of the staircase they lowered their eyes for fear of the following horror they might see upon the stairs above. With trembling hands, Shorthouse opened the front door, and they walked out into the moonlight and drew a deep breath of the cool night air blowing in from the sea. End of The Empty House.
The Fakir's Drum by Flora Annie Steele. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Newgate Novelist. The Fakir's Drum by Flora Annie Steele. O most mighty Victoria V.R. Reg Britannicorum V.I. Kaiser Ehind, please admit bearer to privileges of praising God on the little drum as occasion befitteth, and your petitioner will ever pray, etc. It was written on a scrap of foreign paper duly stamped as a petition, and it did not need the interpolation of imperial titles to prove that this was not by any means its first appearance in court. To be plain, it had an ancient and a fish-like smell, suggestive of many years' acquaintance with dirty humanity. I looked at the man who had presented it, a very ordinary fakir, standing with hands folded humbly, and was struck by the wistful expectancy in his face. It was at once hopeful, yet hopeless. Turning to the court reader for explanation, I found a decorous smile flowing round the circle of squatting clerks. It was evidently an old established joke. "He is damnably noiseful man, sir," remarked my Sarishtadar cheerfully, "and his place of sitting close to Deputy Commissioner's bungalow. Thus European officers object, so it is always na munzor, refused." The sound of the familiar formula drove the hope from the old man's face. His thin shoulders seemed to droop, but he said nothing. "How long has this been going on?" I asked. 14 years, sir. Always on transference of officers, and it is always na munsor." He dipped his pen in the ink, gave it the premonitory flick. "Munzor. Granted," said I, in a sudden decision. "Munzor during the term of my office." That was but a month. I was only a locum tenens during leave. Only a month, and the poor old beggar had waited 14 years to praise God on the little drum. The pathos and bathos of it hit me hard. But a stare of infinite surprise had replaced the circumambient smile. The fakir himself seemed flabbergasted. I think he felt lost without his petition, for I saw him fumbling in his pocket as the janissaries hustled him out of court, as janissaries love to do, east or west. That night, as I was wondering if I had smoked enough and yawned enough to make sleep possible in 100 degrees of heat and 100 million mosquitoes, I was suddenly reminded of the proverb, "Charity begins at home." It had, with a vengeance. I had thought my Sarishtadar's language a trifle too picturesque. Now I recognized its supreme accuracy. The fakir was a damnably noiseful man. It is useless trying to add one iota to this description, especially to those unacquainted with the torture of an Indian drum. By dawn I was in the saddle, glad to escape from my own house and the ceaseless rumpa-tum-tum, which was driving me crazy. When I returned, the old man was awaiting me in the veranda, his face full of a great content, and the desire to murder him, which rose up in me with the thought of the 29 nights yet to come, faded before it. Perfect happiness is not the lot of many, but apparently it was his. He salaamed down to the ground. "Hussor," he said, "the great joy in me created a disturbance last night. It will not occur again. The protector of the poor shall sleep in peace, even though his slave praises God for him all night long. The Almighty does not require a loud drum." I said I was glad to hear it, and my self-complacency grew until I laid my head on the pillow somewhat earlier than usual. Then I became aware of a faint throbbing in the air, like that which follows a deep organ note, a throbbing which found its way into the drum of my ear and remained there, so faint that it kept me on the rack to know if it had stopped or was still going on. Rumpa-tum-tum-tum, rumpa-tum-tum-tum, rumpa. Even now the impulse to make the hateful rhythm interminable seizes on me. I have to lay aside my pen and take a new one before going on. I draw a veil over the mental struggle which followed. It would have been quite easy to rescind my permission, but the thought of 1 month versus 14 years roused my pride. As representative of the Almighty Victoria Reg Britannicorum, etc., I had admitted this man to the privileges of praising God on the little drum, and there was an end of it. But the effort left my nerves shattered with the strain put on them. It was the middle of the hot weather, that awful fortnight before the rains break. I was young, absolutely alone. Every morning as I rode, a perfect wreck, past the fakir's hovel by the gate, He used to ask me if I had slept well, and I lied to him. What was the use of suffering if no one was the happier for it? At last, one evening, it was the 21st, I remember, for I ticked them off on a calendar like any schoolboy. I sat out among the oleanders, knowing that sleep was mine. The rains had broken, a cool wind stirred the dripping trees. The fever of unrest was over. Clouds of winged white ants besieged the lamp. What wonder, when the rafters of the old bungalow were riddled almost beyond the limits of safety by their galleries? But what did I care? I was going to sleep, and so I did, like a child, until close on the dawn. And then, by heavens, it was too bad! In the veranda, surely, not faint, but loudly imperative, rum-pa-tum-tum-tum! I was out of bed in an instant, full of fury. The fiend incarnate must be walking round the house. I was after him in the moonlight. Not a sign. The white oleanders were shining in the dark foliage. A firefly or two. Nothing more. Rum-pa-tum-tum-tum. Fainter this time, round the corner. Not there. Rum-pa-tum-tum-tum. A mere whisper now, but loud enough to be traced. So, on the track, I was round the house to the veranda whence I had started. No sign, no sound. Gracious! What was that? A crash, a thud, a roar and rattle of earth. The house! The roof! When, by the growing light of dawn, we inspected the damage, we found the biggest rafter of all lying right across the pillow, where my head had been 2 minutes before. The first sunbeams were on the still, sparkling trees when, full of curiosity, I strolled over to the fakir's hut. It also was a heap of ruins, and when we dug the old man out from among the ant-riddled rafters, the doctor said he had been dead for many hours. This story may seem strange to some. Others will agree with my Sarishtada, who, after spending the morning over Johnson's dictionary and a revenue report, informed me that such catastrophes are but too common in this unhappy land after heavy rain, following on long-continued drought. End of The Fakir's Drum by Flora Annie Steele.
The Ghost of Dr. Harris by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ghost of Dr. Harris by Nathaniel Hawthorne. I am afraid this ghost story will bear a very faded aspect when transferred to paper. Whatever effect it had on you, whatever charm it retains in your memory, is perhaps to be attributed to the favorable circumstances under which it was originally told. We were sitting, I remember, late in the evening in your drawing room, where the lights of the chandelier were so muffled as to produce a delicious obscurity, through which the fire diffused a dim red glow. In this rich twilight the feelings of the party had been properly attuned by some tales of English superstition, and the lady of Smith Hill's Hall had just been describing that bloody footstep which marks the threshold of her old mansion, when your Yankee guest, zealous for the honor of his country, and desirous of proving that his dead compatriots have the same ghostly privileges as other dead people, if they think it worth while to use them, began a story of something wonderful that long ago happened to himself. Possibly in the verbal narrative he may have assumed a little more license than would be allowed in a written record, for the sake of the artistic effect. He may then have thrown in, here and there, a few slight circumstances which he will not think it proper to retain in what he now puts forth as the sober statement of a veritable fact. A good many years ago, it must be as many as 15, perhaps more, and while I was still a bachelor, I resided at Boston, in the United States. In that city there is a large and long-established library, styled the Athenaeum, connected with which is a reading room, well supplied with foreign and American periodicals and newspapers. A splendid edifice has since been erected by the proprietors of the institution, but, at the period I speak of, it was contained within a large old mansion, formerly the town residence of an eminent citizen of Boston. The reading room, a spacious hall with the group of the Laocoon at one end and the Belvedere Apollo at the other, was frequented by not a few elderly merchants, retired from business, by clergymen and lawyers, and by such literary men as we had amongst us. These good people were mostly old, leisurely, and somnolent, and used to nod and doze for hours together, with the newspapers before them, ever and anon recovering themselves so far as to read a word or two of the politics of the day, sitting, as it were, on the boundary of the land of dreams, and having little to do with this world, except through the newspapers which they so tenaciously grasped. One of these worthies, whom I occasionally saw there, was the Reverend Dr. Harris, a Unitarian clergyman of considerable repute and eminence. He was very far advanced in life, no less than 80 years old, and probably more, and he resided, I think, at Dorchester, a suburban village in the immediate vicinity of Boston. I had never been personally acquainted with the good old clergyman, but had heard of him all of my life as a noteworthy man, so that, when he was first pointed out to me, I looked at him with a certain specialty of attention, and always subsequently eyed him with a degree of interest whenever I happened to see him at the Athenaeum or elsewhere. He was a small, withered, and firm, but brisk old gentleman, with snow-white hair, a somewhat stooping figure, but yet a remarkable alacrity of movement. I remember it was in the street when I first noticed him. The doctor was plodding along with a staff, but turned smartly about on being addressed by the gentleman who was with me, and responded with a good deal of vivacity. "Who is he?" I inquired, as soon as he had passed. "The Reverend Dr. Harris of Dorchester," replied my companion, and from that time I often saw him, and never forgot his aspect. His especial haunt was the Athenaeum. There I used to see him daily, and almost always with a newspaper, the Boston Post, which was the leading journal of the Democratic party in the northern states. As old Dr. Harris had been a noted Democrat during his more active life, it was a very natural thing that he should still like to read the Boston Post. There his reverend figure was accustomed to sit day after day in the self-same chair by the fireside, and by degrees, seeing him there so constantly, I began to look towards him as I entered the reading room, and felt that a kind of acquaintance, at least on my part, was established. Not that I had any reason, as long as this venerable person remained in the body, to suppose that he had ever noticed me, but by some subtle connection the small, white-haired, and firm, yet vivacious figure of an old clergyman became associated with my idea and recollection of the place. One day especially, about noon, as was generally his hour, I am perfectly certain that I had seen this figure of old Dr. Harris, and taken my customary note of him, although I remember nothing in his appearance at all different from what I had seen on many previous occasions. But that very evening a friend said to me, "Did you hear that old Dr. Harris is dead?" "No," I said, very quietly, "and it cannot be true, for I saw him at the Athenaeum today." "You must be mistaken," rejoined my friend. "He is certainly dead," and confirmed the fact with such special circumstance that I could no longer doubt it. My friend has often since assured me that I seemed much startled at the intelligence, but, as well as I can recollect, I believe that I was very little disturbed, if at all, but set down the apparition as a mistake of my own, or perhaps the interposition of a familiar idea into the place and amid the circumstances with which I had been accustomed to associate it. The next day, as I ascended the steps of the Athenaeum, I remember thinking within myself, "Well, I never shall see old Dr. Harris again." With this thought in my mind, as I opened the door of the reading room, I glanced towards the spot and chair where Dr. Harris usually sat, and there, to my astonishment, sat the gray and firm figure of the deceased doctor, reading the newspaper as was his wont, His own death must have been recorded that very morning in that very newspaper. I have no recollection of being greatly discomposed at the moment, nor indeed that I felt any extraordinary emotion whatever. Probably, if ghosts were in the habit of coming among us, they would coincide with the ordinary train of affairs, and melt into them so familiarly that we should not be shocked at their presence. At all events, so it was in this instance. I looked through the newspapers, as usual, and turned over the periodicals, taking about as much interest in their contents as at other times. Once or twice, no doubt, I may have lifted my eyes from the page to look again at the venerable doctor, who ought then to have been lying in his coffin, dressed out for the grave, but who felt such interest in the Boston Post as to come back from the other world to read it in the morning after his death. One might have supposed that he would have cared more about the novelties of the sphere to which he had just been introduced than about the politics he had left behind him. The apparition took no notice of me, nor behaved otherwise in any respect than on any previous day. Nobody but myself seemed to notice him, and yet the old gentlemen round about the fire, beside his chair, were his lifelong acquaintances, who were perhaps thinking of his death, and who, in a day or two, would deem it a proper courtesy to attend his funeral. I have forgotten how the ghost of Dr. Harris took its departure from the Athenaeum on this occasion, or in fact, whether the ghost or I went first. This equanimity, and almost indifference on my part, the careless way in which I glanced at so singular a mystery and left it aside, is what now surprises me as much as anything else in the affair. From that time, for a long while thereafter, for weeks at least, and I know not but for months, I used to see the figure of Dr. Harris quite as frequently as before his death. It grew to be so common that at length I regarded the venerable defunct no more than any other of the old fogies who basked before the fire and dozed over the newspapers. It was but a ghost, nothing but thin air, not tangible nor appreciable, nor demanding any attention from a man of flesh and blood. I cannot recollect any cold shudderings, any awe, any repugnance, any emotion whatsoever, such as would be suitable and decorous on beholding a visitant from the spiritual world. It is very strange, but such is the truth. It appears excessively odd to me now that I did not adopt such means as I readily might to ascertain whether the appearance had solid substance or was merely gaseous and vapory. I might have brushed against him, have jostled his chair, or have trodden accidentally on his poor old toes. I might have snatched the Boston Post, unless that were an apparition too, out of his shadowy hands. I might have tested him in 100 ways, but I did nothing of the kind. Perhaps I was loth to destroy the illusion, and to rob myself so good of a ghost story, which might probably have been explained in some very commonplace way. Perhaps, after all, I had a secret dread of the old phenomenon, and therefore kept within my limits, with an instinctive caution which I mistook for indifference. But this as it may, here is the fact. I saw the figure day after day for a considerable space of time, and took no pains to ascertain whether it was a ghost or no. I never, to my knowledge, saw him come into the reading room or depart from it. There sat Dr. Harris in his customary chair, and I can say little else about him. After a certain period, I really know not how long, I began to notice, or to fancy, a peculiar regard in the old gentleman's aspect towards myself. I sometimes found him gazing at me, and, unless I deceived myself, there was a sort of expectancy in his face. His spectacles, I think, were shoved up, so that his bleared eyes might meet my own. Had he been a living man, I should have flattered myself that good Dr. Harris was, for some reason or other, interested in me and desirous of a personal acquaintance. Being a ghost, and amenable to ghostly laws, it was natural to conclude that he was waiting to be spoken to before delivering whatever message he wished to impart. But, if so, the ghost had shown the bad judgment common among the spiritual brotherhood, both as regarded the place of interview and the person whom he had selected as the recipient of his communications. In the reading room of the Athenaeum conversation is strictly forbidden, and I could not have addressed the apparition without drawing the instant notice and indignant frowns of the slumberous old gentleman around me. I myself, too, at that time, was as shy as any ghost, and followed the ghost's rule never to speak first. And what an absurd figure should I have made, solemnly and awfully addressing what must have appeared in the eyes of all the rest of the company an empty chair! Besides, I had never been introduced to Dr. Harris, dead or alive, and I am not aware that social regulations are to be abrogated by the accidental fact of one of the parties having crossed the imperceptible line which separates the other party from the spiritual world. If ghosts throw off all conventionalism among themselves, it does not therefore follow that it can be safely dispensed with by those who are still hampered with flesh and blood. For such reasons as these, and reflecting moreover that the deceased doctor might burden me with some disagreeable task, with which I had no business nor wish to be concerned, I stubbornly resolved to have nothing to say to him. To this determination I adhered, and not a syllable ever passed between the ghost of Dr. Harris and myself. To the best of my recollection, I never observed the old gentleman either enter the reading room or depart from it, or move from his chair, or lay down the newspaper, or exchange a look with any person in the company, unless it were myself. He was not by any means invariably in his place. In the evening, for instance, though often at the reading room myself, I never saw him. It was at the brightest noontide that I used to behold him, sitting within the most comfortable focus of the glowing fire, as real and lifelike as any object, except that he was so very old, and of an ashen complexion, as any other in the room. After a long while of this strange intercourse, if such it can be called, I remember, once at least, and I know not but oftener, a sad, wistful, disappointed gaze which the ghost fixed upon me from beneath his spectacles, a melancholy look of hopelessness, which, if my heart had not been as hard as a paving stone, I could hardly have withstood. But I did withstand it, and I think I saw him no more after this last appealing look, which still dwells in my memory as perfectly as while my own eyes were encountering the dim and bleared eyes of the ghost. And whenever I recall this strange passage of my life, I see the small, old, withered figure of Dr. Harris, sitting in his accustomed chair, the Boston Post in his hand, his spectacles shoved upwards, and gazing at me as I closed the door of the reading room with that wistful, appealing, hopeless, helpless look. I have only to add that it was not until long after I had ceased to encounter the ghost that I became aware how very odd and strange the whole affair had been. And even now I am made sensible of its strangeness, chiefly by the wonder and incredulity of those to whom I tell the story. End of The Ghost of Dr. Harris by Nathaniel Hawthorne.
The Haunted House in Charnwood Forest by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted House in Charnwood Forest by Anonymous. One fine, blustering autumn day, a quiet and venerable-looking old gentleman might be seen, with stick in hand, taking his way through the streets of Leicester. If anyone had followed him, they would have found him directing his steps toward that side of the town which leads to Charnwood. The old gentleman, who was a Quaker, took his way leisurely but thoughtfully, stopping every now and then to see what the farmers' men were about, who were ploughing up the stubbles to prepare for another year's crop. He paused, also, at this and that farmhouse, evidently having a pleasure in the sight of good fat cattle, and in the flocks of poultry, fowls, ducks, geese, and turkeys, busy about the barn door, where the sound of the flail, or the swipple, as they there term it, was already heard busily knocking out the corn of the last bountiful harvest. Our old friend, a friend, for though you, dear reader, do not know him, he was both at the time we speak of, our old friend, again trudging on, would pause on the brow of a hill, at a stile, or on some rustic bridge, casting its little obliging arch over a brooklet, and inhale the fresh autumnal air, and after looking round him, nod to himself, as if to say, "Ay, all good, all beautiful," and so he went on again. But it would not be long before he would be arrested again by clusters of rich jetty blackberries hanging from some old hawthorn hedge, or by clusters of nuts hanging by the wayside, through the copse. In all these natural beauties our old wayfarer seemed to have the enjoyment of a child. Blackberries went into his mouth, and nuts into his pockets. And so, with a quiet, inquiring, and thoughtful, yet thoughtfully cheerful look, the good old man went on. He seemed bound for a long walk, and yet to be in no hurry. In one place he stopped to talk to a very old labourer, who was clearing out a ditch, and if you had been near you would have heard that their discourse was of the past days, and the changes in that part of the country, which the old labourer thought were very much for the worse. And worse they were for him, for formerly he was young and full of life, and now he was old and nearly empty of life. Then he was buoyant, sang songs, made love, went to wakes and merry-makings. Now his wooing days, and his marrying days, and his married days were over. His good old dame, who in those young buxom days was a round-faced, rosy, plump, and light-hearted damsel, was dead, and his children were married and had enough to do. In those days the poor fellow was strong and lusty, had no fear and no care. In these he was weak and tottering, had been pulled and harassed 1,000 ways, and was left, as he said, like an old dry kex, that is, a hemlock or cow-parsnip stalk, hollow and dry, to be knocked down and trodden into the dust some day. Yes, sure enough, those past days were much better days than these days were to him, no comparison. But Mr. John Basford, our old wanderer, was taking a more cheerful view of things, and telling the nearly worn-out labourer that when the night came there followed morning, and that the next would be a heavenly morning, shining on hills of glory, on waters of life, on cities of the blest, where no sun rose and no sun set, and where every joyful creature of joyful youth, who had been dear to him, and true to him and God, would again meet him and make times such as should cause songs of praise to spring out of his heart, just as flowers spring out of a vernal tree in the rekindled warmth of the sun. The old labourer leaned reverently on his spade as the worthy man talked to him. His grey locks, uncovered at his labour by any hat, were tossed in the autumn wind. His dim eye was fixed on the distant sky that rolled its dark masses of clouds on the gale, and the deep wrinkles of his pale and feeble temples seemed to grow deeper at the thoughts passing within him. He was listening as to a sermon, which brought together his youth and his age, his past and his future, and there were verified on that spot words which Jesus Christ spoke nearly 2000 years ago. Wherever 2 or 3 are met together in my name, there am I in the midst of them. He was in the midst of the 2 only. There was a temple there in those open fields, sanctified by 2 pious hearts, which no ringing of bells, no sound of solemn organ, nor voice of congregated prayers, nor any preacher but the ever-present and invisible One, who there and then fulfilled his promise and was gracious, could have made more holy. Our old friend again turned to set forward. He shook the old labourer kindly by the hand, and there was a gaze of astonishment in the old man's face. The stranger had not only cheered him by his words, but left something to cheer him when he was gone. The friend now went on with a more determined step. He skirted the memorable park of Bradgate, famous for the abode of Lady Jane Grey and the visit of her schoolmaster, Roger Ascham. He went on into a region of woods and hills. At some 7 or 8 miles from Leicester he drew near a solitary farmhouse, within the ancient limits of the Forest of Charnwood. It was certainly a lonely place, amid the woodlands and the wild autumn fields. Evening was fast dropping down, and as the shade of night fell on the scene, the wind tossed more rushingly the boughs of the thick trees, and roared down the rocky valley. John Basford went up to the farmhouse, however, as if that was the object of his journey, and a woman opening it at his knock, he soon disappeared within. Now, our old friend was a perfect stranger here, had never been here before, had no acquaintance nor actual business with the inhabitants, though any one watching his progress hither would have been quite satisfied that he was not wandering without an object. But he merely stated that he was somewhat fatigued with his walk from the town, and requested leave to rest awhile. In such a place, such a request is readily and even gladly granted. There was a cheerful fire burning on a bright, clean hearth. The kettle was singing on the hob for tea, and the contrast of the indoor comfort was sensibly heightened by the wild gloom without. The farmer's wife, who had admitted the stranger, soon went out, and called her husband from the fold yard. He was a plain, hearty sort of man, gave our friend a hearty shake of the hand, sat down, and began to converse. A little time seemed to establish a friendly interest between the stranger and the farmer and his wife. John Basford asked whether they would allow him to smoke a pipe, which was not only readily accorded, but the farmer joined him. They smoked and talked alternately of the country and the town, Leicester being the farmer's market and as familiar to him as his own neighbourhood. He soon came to know, too, who his guest was, and expressed much pleasure in the visit. Tea was carried into the parlour, and thither they all adjourned, for now the farming men were coming into the kitchen, where they sat for the evening. Tea over, the two gentlemen again had a pipe, and the conversation wandered over a multitude of things and people known to both. But the night was come down, pitch dark, wild and windy, and old John Basford had to return to Leicester. "To Leicester?" exclaimed at once man and wife. "To Leicester? No such thing, he must stay where he was, where could he be better?" John Basford confessed that that was true. He had great pleasure in conversing with them, but then was it not an unwarrantable liberty to come to a stranger's house and make thus free? "Not in the least," the farmer replied, "the freer the better." The matter thus was settled, and the evening wore on. But in the course of the evening, the guest, whose simple manner, strong sense, and deeply pious feeling, had made a most favourable impression on his entertainers, hinted that he had heard some strange rumours regarding this house, and that, in truth, had been the cause which had attracted him thither. He had heard, in fact, that a particular chamber in this house was haunted, and he had for a long time felt a growing desire to pass a night in it. He now begged this favour might be granted him. As he had opened this subject, an evident cloud, and something of an unpleasant surprise, had fallen on the countenances of both man and wife. It deepened as he proceeded. The farmer had withdrawn his pipe from his mouth and laid it on the table, and the woman had risen and looked uneasily at their guest. The moment that he uttered the wish to sleep in the haunted room, both exclaimed in the same instant against it. "No, never!" they exclaimed, "never, on any consideration." They had made a firm resolve on that point which nothing would induce them to break through. The guest expressed himself disappointed, but did not press the matter further at the moment. He contented himself with turning the conversation quietly upon this subject, and after a while found the farmer and his wife confirm to him everything that he had heard. Once more then, and as incidentally, he expressed his regret that he could not gratify the curiosity which had brought him so far, and, before the time for retiring arrived, again ventured to express how much what he had now heard had increased his previous desire to pass a night in that room. He did not profess to believe himself invulnerable to fears of such a kind, but was curious to convince himself of the actual existence of spiritual agency of this character. The farmer and his wife steadily refused. They declared that others who had come with the same wish, and had been allowed to gratify it, had suffered such terrors as had made their after lives miserable. The last of these guests was a clergyman, who received such a fright that he sprang from his bed at midnight, had descended, gone into the stable, and saddling his horse, had ridden away at full speed. Those things had caused them to refuse, and that firmly, any fresh experiment of the kind. The spirit visitation was described to be generally this. At midnight the stranger sleeping in that room would hear the latch of the door raised, and would in the dark perceive a light step enter, and, as with a stealthy tread, cross the room and approach the foot of the bed. The curtains would be agitated, and something would be perceived mounted on the bed and proceeding up it just upon the body of the person in it. The supernatural visitant would then stretch itself full length on the person of the agitated guest, and the next moment he would feel an oppression at his chest, as of a nightmare, and something extremely cold would touch his face. At this crisis the terrified guest would usually utter a fearful shriek, and often go into a swoon. The whole family would be roused from their beds by the alarm, but on no occasion had any traces of the cause of terror been found, though the house, on such occasions, had been diligently and thoroughly searched. The annoying visit was described as being by no means uniform. Sometimes it would not take place for a very long time, so that they would begin to hope that there would be no more of it, but it would, when least expected, occur again. Few people of late years, however, had ventured to sleep in that room, and never since the aforementioned clergyman was so terribly alarmed, about 2 years ago, had it once been occupied. "Then," said John Basford, "it is probable that the annoyance is done with for ever. If the troublesome visitant was still occasionally present, it would, no doubt, take care to manifest itself in some mode or place. It was necessary to test the matter to see whether this particular room was still subject to so strange a phenomenon." This seemed to have an effect on the farmer and his wife. The old man urged his suit all the more earnestly, and, after further show of extreme reluctance on the part of his entertainers, finally prevailed. The consent once being given, the farmer's wife retired to make the necessary arrangements. Our friend heard sundry goings to and fro, but at length it was announced to him that all was ready, the farmer and his wife both repeating that they would be much better pleased if Mr. Basford would be pleased to sleep in some other room. The old man, however, remained firm to his purpose. He was shown to his chamber, and the maid who led the way stood at some distance from the denoted door, and pointing to it, bade him good night, and hurried away. Mr. Basford found himself alone in the haunted room. He looked round, and discovered nothing that should make it differ from any other good and comfortable chamber, or that should give to some invisible agent so singular a propensity to disturb any innocent mortal that nocturnated in it. Whether he felt any nervous terrors, we know not, but as he was come to see all that would or could occur there, he kept himself most vigilantly awake. He lay down in a very good feather bed, extinguished his light, and waited in patience. Time and tide, as they will wait for no man, went on. All sounds of life ceased in the house. Nothing could be heard but the rushing wind without, and the bark of the yard dog occasionally amid the laughing blast. Midnight came, and found John Basford wide awake and watchfully expectant. Nothing stirred, but he lay still on the watch. At length, was it so? Did he hear a rustling movement, as it were, near his door, or was it his excited fancy? He raised his head from his pillow and listened intensely. Hush! There is something. No, it was his contagious mind ready to hear and see. What? There was an actual sound of the latch. He could hear it raised. He could not be mistaken. There was a sound as if his door was cautiously opened. List! It was true. There were soft, stealthy footsteps on the carpet. They came directly toward the bed. They paused at its foot. The curtains were agitated. There were steps on the bed. Something crept. Did not the heart and the very flesh of the rash old man now creep too? And upon him sank a palpable form, palpable from its pressure, for the night was dark as an oven. There was a heavy weight on his chest, and in the same instant something almost icy cold touched his face. With a sudden convulsive action the old man suddenly flung up his arms, clutched at the terrible object which thus oppressed him, and shouted with a loud cry, "I have got him! I have got him!" There was a sound as of a deep growl, a vehement struggle, but John Basford held fast his hold and felt that he had something within it, huge, shaggy, and powerful. Once more he raised his voice loud enough to have roused the whole house, but it seemed no voice of terror, but one of triumph and satisfaction. In the next instant the farmer rushed into the room with a light in his hand, and revealed to John Basford that he held in his arms the struggling form of a huge Newfoundland dog. "Let him go, sir, in God's name!" exclaimed the farmer, on whose brow drops of real anguish stood and glistened in the light of the candle. "Downstairs, Caesar!" And the dog, released from the hold of the Quaker, departed as if much ashamed. In the same instant the farmer and his wife, who now also came in dressed, and evidently never having been to bed, were on their knees by the bedside. "You know it all, sir," said the farmer. "You see through it. You were too deep and strong-minded to be imposed on. We were, therefore, afraid of this when you asked to sleep in this room. Promise us now that while we live you will never reveal what you know." They then related to him that this house and chamber had never been haunted by any other than this dog, which had been trained to play the part; that, for generations, their family had lived on this farm, but some years ago, their landlord having suddenly raised their rent to an amount that they felt they could not give, they were compelled to think of quitting the farm. This was to them an insuperable source of grief. It was the place that all their lives and memories were bound up with. They were extremely cast down. Suddenly it occurred to them to give an ill name to the house. They hit on this scheme, and, having practised it well, did not long want an opportunity of trying it. It had succeeded beyond their expectations. The fears of their guests were found to be of a force which completely blinded them to any discovery of the truth. There had been occasions where they thought some clumsy accident must have stripped away the delusion, but no, there seemed a thick veil of blindness, a fascination of terror cast over the strongest minds which nothing could pierce through. Case after case occurred, and the house and farm acquired such a character that no money or consideration of any kind would have induced a fresh tenant to live there. The old tenants continued at their old rent, and the comfortable ghost stretched himself every night in a capacious kennel, without any need of disturbing his slumbers by calls to disturb those of the guests of the haunted chamber. Having made this revelation, the farmer and his wife again implored their guest to preserve their secret. He hesitated. "Nay," said he, "I think it would not be right to do that. That would be to make myself a party to a public deception. It would be a kind of fraud on the world and the landlord. It would serve to keep up those superstitious terrors which should be as speedily as possible dissipated." The farmer was in agony. He rose and strode to and fro in the room. His countenance grew red and wrathful. He cast dark glances at his guest, whom his wife continued to implore. and who sat silent and, as it were, lost in reflection. "And do you think it a right thing, sir," said the farmer, "thus to force yourself into a stranger's house and family, and, in spite of the strongest wishes expressed to the contrary, into his very chambers, and that only to do him a mischief? Is that your religion, sir? I thought you had something better in you than that. Am I now to think your mildness and piety were only so much hypocrisy put on to ruin me?" "Nay, friend, I don't want to ruin thee," said the Quaker. "But ruin me you will, though, if you publish this discovery. Out I must turn, and be the laughing stock of the whole country to boot. Now, if that is what you mean, say so, and I shall know what sort of a man you are. Let me know at once whether you are an honest man or a cockatrice." "My friend," said the Quaker, "canst thou call thyself an honest man, in practising this deception for all these years, and depriving thy landlord of the rent he would otherwise have got from another? And dost thou think it would be honest in me to assist in the continuance of this fraud?" "I rob the landlord of nothing," replied the farmer. "I pay a good, fair rent, but I don't want to quit the old spot, and if you had not thrust yourself into this affair, you would have had nothing to lay on your conscience concerning it. I must, let me tell you, look on it as a piece of unwarrantable impertinence to come thus to my house and be kindly treated, only to turn Judas against me." The word Judas seemed to hit the friend a great blow. "A Judas?" "Yes, a Judas, a real Judas!" exclaimed the wife. "Who could have thought it?" "Nay, nay," said the old man, "I am no Judas. It is true, I forced myself into it, and if you pay the landlord an honest rent, why, I don't know that it is any business of mine, at least while you live." "That is all we want," replied the farmer, his countenance changing, and again flinging himself by his wife on his knees by the bed. "Promise us never to reveal it while we live, and we shall be quite satisfied. We have no children, and when we go, those may come to the old spot who will." "Promise me never to practise this trick again," said John Basford. "We promise faithfully," rejoined both farmer and wife. "Then I promise too," said the friend, "that not a whisper of what has passed here shall pass my lips during your lifetime." With warmest expressions of thanks the farmer and his wife withdrew, and John Basford, having cleared the chamber of its mystery, lay down and passed one of the sweetest nights he ever enjoyed. The farmer and his wife lived a good many years after this, but they both died before Mr. Basford, and after their death he related to his friends the facts which are here detailed. He, too, has passed, years ago, to his longer night in the grave, and to the clearing up of greater mysteries than that of the haunted house of Charnwood Forest. End of The Haunted House in Charnwood Forest.
In a Haunted House by Joseph B. Bowles. From the Water Valley Progress, Mississippi, January 14th, 1905. Read by Rob Marland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In a Haunted House by Joseph B. Bowles. A New Yorker's experience with a strange old colonial mansion. A nerve-wracking night. Some startling incidents which seemed impossible of rational explanation. By T.D. Sullivan, Congressman-elect from New York City. This is, I think, the strangest experience in a career that has not been monotonous. It is true, and at one time I had some trouble keeping it out of the papers. Now there's no more reason for keeping quiet about it, so I may as well tell the whole story for the first time. The reason why I need not keep the secret any longer is because a big old-fashioned red brick building was torn down this year. It was once a private residence, then an office building, and now its site is the site of a steel skyscraper. That is the way New York grows. But at the time this narrative deals with, the house was a residence, a big, rambling, roomy old residence at that, remodelled from a colonial mansion. There was a young fellow whose father had been a dear friend of mine. He had recently married. His bride had taken a fancy to the house, and her husband, being rich and eager to gratify any whim of hers, had bought it in at a sheriff's sale of uptown property. The purchaser is now a United States congressman. I have not permission to use his name, so I will call him Clark. His chief opponent at the sale was a real estate dealer. O'Gorman is near enough to his real name to suit present purposes. This O'Gorman was a shrewd, shifty, unscrupulous chap who had visions of the great future of the Upper West Side, visions that later came true. "If you ever get dissatisfied with the old place, I'll take it off your hands at the figure of my best bid today," he said to Clark after the sale. Clark laughed at him, gave orders for the house's renovation, and sailed with his bride for Europe on a 6-month trip. The trouble begins. I was sitting in my office one day about half a year later, when Clark sauntered in. I saw from his face he was bothered about something. After our first meeting he came to the point. "I've made a bad investment in that old Bartolf house," he said. The colonial builder's name had been Jan Bartolf, and the house was still referred to in the neighbourhood by his name. "Doesn't Mrs. Clark like the place as much as she expected to?" I asked him. "She hasn't had a chance to judge of it," he said, "and I don't mean that she shall. The house is haunted." "Haunted? What nonsense!" "That's what I thought when I came home last week from Europe and found that not a single day's work had been done on the repairs I ordered," answered Clark. "I went to the contractor, and he calmly informed me he wouldn't touch the job and that I could have my money back. He said that ghosts had frightened his workmen half to death, that he'd seen and heard things there that couldn't be explained, and that every man in his employ would strike if he ordered them to work there." "And you believed all that rot?" I laughed. "No," replied Clark seriously, "I didn't. I thought he was lying. I went over the house myself and, well, what he said was true. You can guy me if you like, old man, but the house is haunted, and I'm going to get rid of it." "I suppose white monsters clattered their chains at you," I hazarded, "and you ran a block before you identified the hideous spectres as a pack of mice scampering in the loose plastering of the walls." "If you take it that way," he said, offended at my guying, "there's no use inviting any more of your jokes by telling you what really happened to me there. I'm going to hunt up O'Gorman, tell him the truth about the place, and see if his offer to buy it still holds good. He may be willing to pay something for it as a land speculation. He never could get a tenant to stay there." Now Clark's absolute sincerity began to make an impression on me. I saw that he was terribly in earnest, that he believed he was telling the truth, and that he was really ready to sell the valuable property for a song. "Look here, Clark," I said, "I'm sorry I guyed you, but it all seems so absurd. You know as well as I do that there are no such things as ghosts. Don't be foolish and give up the place till you've made sure. What are you going to do this evening?" "Nothing especial. Why?" "Come and dine with me. Then we'll take a box of cigars, a bundle of candles, and a light lunch along and go together to this haunted house of yours for the night. I've always wanted to see a ghost. Maybe I can find some explanation for it all." My first idea on hearing his story had been that O'Gorman, in order to gain possession of the property he coveted, had bribed the contractor to spring that ghost yarn. But when Clark himself had apparently seen or heard something to verify the crazy belief, the affair began to take on a more serious aspect. A Night Investigation. I took a long nap that afternoon to obviate the chance of going to sleep during the vigil, and promptly at 10 that evening I started with Clark for the Bartholf mansion. It was, as I said, a rambling old brick dwelling, and built in colonial days by an eccentric Dutchman, concerning whom some odd stories still survived. The neighbours, it seemed, had regarded him as a sort of wizard or magician. As we walked up the uneven path to the front porch, the old pile of brick looked in the moonlight like the regular dime novel Haunted House, and as Clark let us in through the great blackened oak doors, the darkness of the huge hall seemed to rush forward to meet us. We set about our preparations in a business-like way. We established our headquarters for the night in the big drawing-room to the right of the hall. We lighted a half-dozen candles, stuck them in the rusty iron sconces about the wall, and set about examining the room. The walls were lined with faded tapestry. One or two old half-defaced pictures hung here and there, notably one of old Jan Bartholf himself, which was directly above the mantel. Several pieces of furniture occupied the bare floor, whose hardwood boards were warped by dampness and neglect. We made sure that no hiding place for lurking mischief-makers existed within the four walls of the apartment. Then, candle in hand, we made a systematic detour of the whole dusty, creaking house. "Well," said Clark, as we reached the top of the wide staircase on our return toward the ground floor, "if there'd been a man or even a mouse concealed anywhere, we'd have found him. Let's go back to the drawing-room and— Why, it's dark down there." We were halfway downstairs as he spoke. On our way up, the light of the candles in the drawing-room sconces had cast a glow across the hall. Now, except where illuminated by the two candles in our hands, the whole lower floor was in dense blackness. Ghostly mystery. "What do you think now?" asked Clark. I made no reply, but ran down the remaining steps into the drawing-room. The smell of extinguished candles filled the room. All was dark save where a broad patch of moonlight from the one unshuttered window fell on the floor. In the very centre of that patch was an old mahogany rocking-chair. It was rocking with a quiet, regular motion, as if some invisible guest were taking his ease and swaying himself to sleep. "Do you see that?" whispered Clark over my shoulder. "That's what I saw when I came up here in broad daylight." "It's a current of air," I explained. But even as I said it, I knew that no real draught could enter that closed room with force enough to blow out 6 candles and start a heavy chair into motion. Moreover, the air in the room was dead and motionless. "I never used to believe in this sort of thing any more than you do," said Clark. "But who can doubt it now?" "I can doubt it," I answered. "Help me light these candles in the sconces, and we'll make another inspection of the room." We lighted the candles. As we set foot in the room, the chair had ceased rocking. We once more made the rounds of the apartment, patting the tapestry against the walls with our hands, looking under each bit of furniture, sounding the bricked-up fireplace, and in other ways making sure no trick was played on us by human agency. "If anybody is putting up this line of practical joking," I said, "he can't do anything while we're in here. If it's a ghost—" The sound as if someone sobbing and panting for breath came to us while I was speaking. It seemed to be in the room, within arm's length of us. "That's easily explained," I said as Clark grabbed my arm. "The wind in the empty passages of the house and the chimney makes—" "It's growing dark," interrupted my companion. I looked up. Only 2 of the 6 candles were burning. Even as I looked, first one and then another of those remaining 2 lights went out. It was as though someone had passed along that side of the room and extinguished them. We were in total darkness, for I had closed that one open window shutter. In the dense blackness, as I groped for a match, I could hear that great rocking chair slowly begin to creak back and forth. I found a match at last and struck it. We relighted the candles. Then I turned to look at the rocker. It was standing motionless. We stared hopelessly into each other's faces. I hope mine wasn't as scared and white as Clark's. "And this is the sort of house you advise me to bring my bride to?" he said at last. "We've seen enough. I'm going home." "You're going to spend the night here as you promised," I answered. "This ghost seems to be a harmless sort of creature. As long as he contents himself with puffing out candles and making chairs rock, he can't bother us greatly. Let's have a smoke and talk it over." I sat down in the ghostly rocker and lighted a cigar. I kept a keen eye on the candles, resolved to get some clue, if possible, to the way they were extinguished. Clark threw himself on a sofa at the other side of the room. "It's no use," he said. "I'll get rid of the house as soon as I can and at any terms. I'm sorry because my wife had set her heart on living here. With a little repair this would be an ideal home. Except for the ghost. What are you doing?" The ghost. I had risen to my feet and come to the middle of the room. The rocker in which I'd been sitting was in the shadow. The candles, as we had rearranged them, were all at the lower end of the room, near the big mantelpiece. As I had sat idly listening to Clark's complaint, my gaze had chanced to fall on old Jan Bartolf's picture. I could have sworn that I saw the eyes in the tarnished face close and then open. "I'm just strolling around for exercise," I said carelessly. "It makes one so nervous to sit still in here and—" As I got to this point, my steps had carried me, in a circuitous route, to the mantel. With a sudden motion, and exerting all my strength, I seized the big picture and wrenched it from its fastenings. It fell to the floor with a crash, and there, in a great hole in the wall which the canvas had covered, crouched a human body. With a second sweep of the arm, I seized it as it was about to vanish into the dark passage behind the opening, and pulled it into the room, where it tumbled headlong on the floor. "There's your ghost, Clark," I said, brushing the dust off my clothes and watching the figure scramble to its feet. "You're a clever chap, O'Gorman, but you're not clever enough. That's all the trouble with you. Now, Clark, if you'll keep your hands on this worthy house haunter, I'm going on an exploring expedition." Clark had the struggling fellow by the throat, and I lighted an extra candle and clambered up into the hole above the mantel. "I'll be back in a minute," I said. The aperture led to a passageway nearly 3 feet wide that ran the entire length of the house, being depressed to a height of about 3 feet at places, where the windows intervened. This explained the unusually deep window seats I'd noticed. The inner walls of the passage, those nearest the rooms, were honeycombed with auger holes, whose aspect showed them to have been bored many years before. Secret passages. Through these apertures it had been a simple matter for O'Gorman to detect the whereabouts of the candles in the sconces, and, by a sudden puff, to blow them out. The threadbare tapestry did not obstruct the air, and one could see dimly through it. The passage ran clear around the house, between outer and inner walls, connecting by ladders with a similar secret passage on the floor above. A ladder descended from the ground floor passage to a space between the drawing-room flooring and the cellar ceiling. This space was quite large enough to admit the body of a man. As I glanced into it, I could see the drawing-room candlelight filtering through the cracks in the flooring. A slender-bladed knife thrust through the cracks at the right place would readily account for the rocking of the chair. One light push of the knife point would set it in motion. Old Jan Bartolf must have had odd theories on the subject of building. What may have been the original object of these passages, peepholes, etc., no one can tell. Whether he sought to spy on his family or guests, or whether he feared he might one day need shelter from justice or from Indians, I don't know. Perhaps to foster the popular belief in his magic powers. But the secret chambers were there, and O'Gorman had made clever use of them. But for his folly in using the cut-out eye-holes in the portrait in order to watch us from a better point of view, he would assuredly have gained his point and bought the house of Clark for a song. O'Gorman confessed to us that, while wandering over the house with a view to buying it, just before Clark had outbid him, he had blundered on the secret passage behind Bartolf's picture. The idea of scaring Clark into selling cheap had occurred to him soon after. On O'Gorman giving us a written confession, Clark, greatly against my advice, let the fellow go. He was so much relieved to find the house was not really haunted, he said, that he hadn't the heart to drag the whole story into the public prints by prosecuting the swindler. End of In a Haunted House.
At Her Beck and Call by Flora Annie Steele. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Newgate Novelist. At Her Beck and Call by Flora Annie Steele. "What is your name?" I asked. "Foolie Jan, Hazor," she answered with a brilliant, dazzling smile. I sat looking at her, wondering if a more appropriate name could have been found for that figure among the anemones and celandines, the primulas, pansies, and pinks, the 1,001 blossoms which, glowing against their groundwork of forget-me-not, formed a jewel mosaic right to the foot of the snows above us. Flowerful life! Truly that was hers. She had a great bunch of scarlet rhododendrons stuck behind her ear, matching the cloth cap perched jauntily on her head, and as she sat herding her buffaloes on the upland, she had threaded chaplet on chaplet of ox-eyed daisies, and hung them about her wherever they could be hung. The result was distinctly flowerful. Her face also was distinctly pretty, distinctly clean for a Kashmiri girl's. But coquette, flirt, minx was written in every line of it, and accounted for a most unusual neatness and brightness. She caught my eye and smiled again, broadly, innocently. "The Huzzar would like to paint my picture, wouldn't he?" she went on in a tone of certainty. "The Sahib who came last year gave me 5 rupees. I will take 6 this year. Food is dear, and those base-born contractors of the Maharaja seize everything. 1 walnut in 10, 1 chicken in 10. But I was not going to be beguiled into the old complaints I could hear any and every day from the hags of the village. Up here on the Murg, within a stone's throw of the first patch of snow picketing the outskirts of the great glacier of Guashbrari, I liked, if possible, to forget how vile man could be in the little shingle huts clustering below by the river. I will not describe the place. To begin with, it defies description, and next, could I even hint at its surpassing beauty, the globe-trotter would come and defile it. It is sufficient to say that a Murg is an upland meadow or alp, and that this one, with its forget-me-nots and sparkling glaciers, was like a turquoise set in diamonds. I had seated myself on a projecting spur whence I could sketch a frowning defile northwards, down which the emerald-green river was dashing madly among huge rocks crowned by pine-trees. "I will give 5 rupees also. That is plenty," I remarked suavely, and Fuli Jan smiled again. "It must do, for I like being painted. Only a few sahibs come, very few, but whenever they see me they want to paint me and the flowers, and it makes the other girls in the village angry. Then Golu and Chochu—" Here she went off into a perfect cascade of smiles, and began to pull the eyelashes off the daisies deliberately. There seems a peculiar temptation in girlhood for cruelty towards flowers all over the world, and Fuli Jan was preeminently girlish. She looked 18, but I doubt if she was really more than 16. Even so, it was odd to find her unappropriated, so I inquired if Golu or Chochu was the happy man. "My mother is a widow," she replied without the least hesitation. "It depends which will pay the most, for we are poor. There are others, too, so there is no hurry. They are at my beck and call." She crooked her forefinger and nodded her head as if beckoning to someone. For sheer, light-hearted, innocent enjoyment of her own attraction, I never saw the equal of that face. I should have made my fortune if I could have painted it there in the blazing sunlight, framed in flowers, but it was too much for me. Therefore I asked her to move to the right, further along the promontory, so that I could put her in the foreground of the picture I had already begun. "There, by that first clump of iris," I said, pointing to a patch of green sword leaves, where the white and lilac blossoms were beginning to show. She gave a perceptible shudder. "What? Sit on a grave? Not I. Does not the Hussar know that those are graves? It is true. All our people are buried here. We plant the iris over them always. If you ask why, I know not. It is the flower of death." A sudden determination to paint her, the flowerful life against the flowerful death, completely obliterated the knowledge of my own incompetence, but I urged and bribed in vain. Fuli Jan would not stir. She would not even let me pick a handful of the flowers for her to hold. It was unlucky. Besides, one never knew what one might find in the thickets of leaves, bones and horrid things. Had I never heard that dead people got tired of their graves and tried to get out? Even if they only wanted something in their graves, they would stretch forth a hand to get it. That was one reason why people covered them up with flowers, just to make them more contented. The idea of stooping to cull a flower and shaking hands with a corpse was distinctly unpleasant, even in the sunlight, so I gave up the point and began to sketch the girl as she sat. Rather a difficult task, for she chattered incessantly. Did I see that thin blue thread of smoke in the dark pall of pine trees covering the bottom of the valley? That was Golu's fire. He was drying orris root for the Maharaja. There, on the opposite merg, where the buffaloes showed dark among the flowers, was Chochu's hut. Undoubtedly Chochu was the richer, but Golu could climb like an ibex. It was he whom the Hussar was going to take as a guide to the peak. He could dance, too. The Hussar should see him dance the circle dance round the fire. No one turned so slowly as Golu. He would not frighten a young lamb, except when he was angry. Well, jealous, if the Hussar thought that a better word. By the time she had done chattering there was not a petal left on the ox-eyed daisies, and I was divided between pity and envy towards Golu and Chochu. That evening, as usual, I set my painting to dry on the easel at the door of the tent. As I lounged by the campfire, smoking my pipe, a big young man, coming in with a jar of buffalo milk on his shoulder and a big bunch of red rhododendron behind his ear, stopped and grinned at my caricature of Fuli Jan. 5 minutes after, down by the servants' encampment, I heard a free fight going on, and strolled over to see what was the matter. After the manner of Kashmiri quarrels, it had ended almost as it began, for the race love peace. That it had so ended was not, however, I saw at a glance, the fault of the smaller of the antagonists, who was being forcibly held back by my shikari. Chachu, that man there, wanted to charge Golu, this man here, the same price for milk as he does your honour, explained the shikari elaborately. That was extortionate, even though Golu, being the Huzur's guide for tomorrow, may be said to be your honour's servant for the time. I have settled the matter justly. The Huzur need not give thought to it. I looked at the two recipients of Fuli Jan's favour with interest, for that the bunches of rhododendron they both wore were her gift, I did not doubt. They were both fine young men, but Golu was distinctly the better looking of the two, if a trifle sinister. Despite the recommendation of my shikari to cast thought aside, the incident lingered in my memory, and I mentioned it to Fuli Jan when, on returning to finish my sketch, I found her waiting for me among the flowers. Her smile was more brilliant than ever. "They will not hurt each other," she said. "Chachu knows that Golu is more active, and Golu knows that Chachu is stronger. It is like the dogs in our village." "I was not thinking of them," I replied. "I was thinking of you. Supposing they were to quarrel with you?" She laughed. "They will not quarrel. In summer time there are plenty of flowers for everybody." I thought of those red rhododendrons, and could not repress a smile at her barefaced wisdom of the serpent. "And in the winter time?" "Then I will marry one of them, or someone. I have only to choose. That is all. They are at my beck and call." 3 years passed before recurring leave enabled me to pay another visit to the Murg. The rhododendrons were once more on the uplands, and as I turned the last corner of the pine-set path which threaded its way through the defile, I saw the meadow before me, with its mosaic of flowers bright as ever. The memory of Fuli Jan came back to me as she had sat in the sunshine, nodding and beckoning. "Fuli Jan?" echoed the old patriarch who came out to welcome me as I crossed the plank bridge to the village. "Fuli Jan, the herd girl? Huzur, she is dead. She died from picking flowers. A vain thing. It was at the turn beyond the Murg, Huzur, halfway between Chachu's hut and Golu's drying stage. There is a big rhododendron tree hanging over the cliff, and she must have fallen down. It is 3 years gone." 3 years. Then it must have happened almost immediately after I left the valley. The idea upset me, I knew not why. The Murg without that flowerful life, nodding and beckoning, felt empty, and I found myself wondering if indeed the girl had fallen down, or if she had played with flowers too recklessly, and one of her lovers, perhaps both. It was an idea which dimmed the sunshine, and I was glad that I had arranged not to remain for the night, but to push on to another meadow, some 6 miles further up the river. To do so, however, I required a fresh relay of coolies, and while my shikari was arranging for this in the village, I made my way by a cross-cut to the promontory with its patches of iris. Deaths are rare in these small communities, and there were but 2 or 3 new graves, all but one too recent to be poor Fuli Jan's. That, then, must be hers, with its still clearly defined oblong of iris, already a mass of pale purple and white. I sat down on a rock and began, unromantically, to eat my lunch, finishing up with a pull at my flask, and thus providentially fortified, I stooped, ere leaving, to pick 1 or 2 of the blossoms from the grave, intending to paint them round the sketch of the girl's head which I had with me. Great heavens! What was that? I turned positively sick with horror and doubt. Was it a hand? It was some time before I could force myself to set aside the sheathing leaves and settle the point. Something it was, something which, even as I parted the stems, fell to pieces, as the skeleton of a beckoning hand might have done. I did not stay to see more. I let the flowers close over it, whatever it was, and made my way back to the village. My baggage, having changed shoulders, was streaming out over the plank bridge again, and in the two first bearers, carrying my cook-room pots and pans, I recognized Golu and Chuchu. They had both grown stouter, and wore huge bunches of red rhododendron behind their ears. I found out, on inquiry, that they were both married and had become bosom friends. I have not seen the turquoise set in diamonds since, but I often think of it, and wonder what it was I saw among the iris. And then I seemed to see Fulijan sitting among the flowers, nodding her head and saying, "They are at my beck and call." If I were Golu or Chuchu, I would be buried somewhere else. End of At Her Beck and Call by Flora Annie Steele.
In a Cup of Tea by Lafcadio Hearn. Read by Tony Scheinman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In a Cup of Tea by Lafcadio Hearn. Have you ever attempted to mount some old tower stairway, spiring up through darkness, and in the heart of that darkness found yourself at the cobwebbed edge of nothing? Or have you followed some coast path cut along the face of a cliff, only to discover yourself at a turn on the jagged verge of a break? The emotional worth of such experience, from a literary point of view, is proved by the force of the sensations aroused, and by the vividness with which they are remembered. Now there have been curiously preserved, in old Japanese storybooks, certain fragments of fiction that produce an almost similar emotional experience. Perhaps the writer was lazy. Perhaps he had a quarrel with the publisher. Perhaps he was suddenly called away from his little table and never came back. Perhaps death stopped the writing brush in the very middle of a sentence. But no mortal man can ever tell us exactly why these things were left unfinished. I select a typical example. On the 4th day of the 1st month of the 3rd Tenwa, that is to say about 220 years ago, the Lord Nakagawa Seido, while on his way to make a New Year's visit, halted with his train at a tea-house in Hakusan, in the Hongo district of Yedo. While the party were resting there, one of the Lord's attendants, a Wakato named Sekinai, feeling very thirsty, filled for himself a large water cup with tea. He was raising the cup to his lips when he suddenly perceived, in the transparent yellow infusion, the image or reflection of a face that was not his own. Startled, he looked around, but could see no one near him. The face in the tea appeared, from the coiffure, to be the face of a young samurai. It was strangely distinct, and very handsome, delicate as the face of a girl, and it seemed the reflection of a living face, for the eyes and the lips were moving. Bewildered by this mysterious apparition, Sekinai threw away the tea and carefully examined the cup. It proved to be a very cheap water cup, with no artistic devices of any sort. He found and filled another cup, and again the face appeared in the tea. He then ordered fresh tea and refilled the cup, and once more the strange face appeared, this time with a mocking smile. But Sekinai did not allow himself to be frightened. "Whoever you are," he muttered, "you shall delude me no further." Then he swallowed the tea, face and all, and went on his way, wondering whether he had swallowed a ghost. Late in the evening of the same day, while on watch in the palace of the Lord Nakagawa, Sekinai was surprised by the soundless coming of a stranger into the apartment. This stranger, a richly dressed young samurai, seated himself directly in front of Sekinai, and, saluting the Wakato with a slight bow, observed, "I am Shikibu Heinai. Met you today for the first time. You do not seem to recognize me." He spoke in a very low but penetrating voice, and Sekinai was astonished to find before him the same sinister, handsome face of which he had seen and swallowed, the apparition in a cup of tea. It was smiling now, as the phantom had smiled, but the steady gaze of the eyes above the smiling lips was at once a challenge and an insult. "No, I do not recognize you," returned Sekinai, angry but cool. "And perhaps you will now be good enough to inform me how you obtained admission to this house?" In feudal times the residence of a lord was strictly guarded at all hours, and no one could enter unannounced, except through some unpardonable negligence on the part of the armed watch. "Ah, you do not recognize me," exclaimed the visitor in a tone of irony, drawing a little nearer as he spoke. "No, you do not recognize me. Yet you took upon yourself this morning to do me a deadly injury." Sekinai instantly seized the tanto at his girdle and made a fierce thrust at the throat of the man. But the blade seemed to touch no substance. Simultaneously and soundlessly, the intruder leaped sideward to the chamber wall and through it. The wall showed no trace of his exit. He had traversed it only as the light of a candle passes through lantern paper. When Sekinai made report of the incident, his recital astonished and puzzled the retainers. No stranger had been seen either to enter or leave the palace at the hour of the occurrence, and no one in the service of the Lord Nakagawa had ever heard of the name Shikibu Heinai. On the following night Sekinai was off duty and remained at home with his parents. At a rather late hour he was informed that some strangers had called at the house and desired to speak with him for a moment. Taking his sword, he went to the entrance, and there found 3 armed men, apparently retainers, waiting in front of the doorstep. The 3 bowed respectfully to Sekinai, and one of them said, "Our names are Matsuoka Bungo, Tsuchibashi Bungo, and Okamura Heiroku. We are retainers of the noble Shikibu Heinai. When our master last night deigned to pay you a visit, you struck him with a sword. He was much hurt, and has been obliged to go to the hot springs, where his wound is now being treated. But on the 16th day of the coming month he will return, and he will then fitly repay you for the injury done him." Without waiting to hear more, Sekinai leaped out, sword in hand, and slashed right and left at the strangers. But the 3 men sprang to the wall of the adjoining building, and flitted up the wall like shadows, and... Here the old narrative breaks off. The rest of the story existed only in some brain that has been dust for a century. I am able to imagine several possible endings, but none of them would satisfy an Occidental imagination. I prefer to let the reader attempt to decide for himself the probable consequence of swallowing a soul. End of In a Cup of Tea.
The Last Scene of All, from Tales of War by Lord Dunsany. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for LibriVox by Dale Grothman. Last Scene of All by Lord Dunsany. After John Caleron was hit, he carried on, in kind of twilight of the mind. Things grew dimmer and calmer. Harsh outlines of events became blurred. Memories came to him. There was singing in his ears like far-off bells. Things seemed more beautiful than they had a while ago. To him, it was for all the world like an evening after some quiet sunset, when lawns and shrubs and woods and some old spire looked lovely in the late light, and one reflects on past days. Thus he carried on, seeing things dimly. And what was sometimes called the roar of battle, those aerial voices that snarl and moan and whine and rage at soldiers, had grown dimmer too. It all seemed further away, and littler, as far things are. He still heard the bullets. There was something so violently and intensely sharp in the snap of passing bullets at short range that you hear them in deepest thought, and even in dreams. He heard them tearing by, above all things else. The rest seemed fainter and dimmer and smaller and further away. He did not think he was very badly hit, but nothing seemed to matter as it did a while ago. Yet he carried on. And then he opened his eyes very wide and found he was back in London again, in the underground train. He knew it at once by the look of it. He had made hundreds of journeys long ago by those trains. He knew by the dark outside that it had not yet left London, but what was odder than that, if one stopped to think of it, was that he knew exactly where it was going. It was the train that went away out into the country where he used to live as a boy. He was sure of that without thinking. When he began to think how he came to be there, he remembered the war as a very far-off thing. He supposed he had been unconscious a very long time. He was all right now. Other people were sitting beside him on the same seat. They all seemed like people he remembered a very long time ago. In the darkness opposite, beyond the windows of the train, he could see their reflections clearly. He looked at the reflections, but could not quite remember. A woman was sitting on his left. She was quite young. She was like someone that he most deeply remembered than all the others were. He gazed at her and tried to clear his mind. He did not turn and stare at her, but he quietly watched her reflection before him in the dark. Every detail of her dress, her young face, her hat, the little ornaments she wore, were minutely clear before him, looking out of the dark. So contented she looked that you would say she was untouched by war. As he gazed at the clear, calm face, and the dress that seemed neat though old, and, like all things so far away, his mind grew clearer and clearer. It seemed to him certain that it was the face of his mother, but from 30 years ago, out of old memories and one picture. He felt sure it was his mother as she had been when he was very small. And yet, after 30 years, how could he know? He puzzled and tried to be quite sure. But how she came to be there, looking like that, out of those oldest memories, he did not even think of at all. He seemed to be hugely tired by many things, and did not want to think. Yet he was very happy, more happy even than tired men just come home all new to comfort. He gazed and gazed at the face in the dark, and then he felt quite sure. He was about to speak. Was she looking at him? Was she watching him, he wondered? He glanced up for the first time to his own reflection in the clear row of faces. His own reflection was not there, and blank dark showed between his two neighbors. And then he knew he was dead. The end of Last Scene of All by Lord Dunsany.
Man Overboard by Winston Spencer Churchill. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louise J. Bell. Man Overboard by Winston Spencer Churchill. It was a little after 9:30 when the man fell overboard. The mail steamer was hurrying through the Red Sea in the hope of making up the time which the currents of the Indian Ocean had stolen. The night was clear, though the moon was hidden behind clouds. The warm air was laden with moisture. The still surface of the waters was only broken by the movement of the great ship, from whose quarter the long, slanting undulations struck out like the feathers from an arrow shaft, and in whose wake the froth and air bubbles churned up by the propeller trailed in a narrowing line to the darkness of the horizon. There was a concert on board. All the passengers were glad to break the monotony of the voyage, and gathered around the piano in the companion house. The decks were deserted. The man had been listening to the music and joining in the songs, but the room was hot, and he came out to smoke a cigarette and enjoy a breath of the wind which the speedy passage of the liner created. It was the only wind in the Red Sea that night. The accommodation ladder had not been unshipped since leaving Aden, and the man walked out onto the platform as onto a balcony. He leaned his back against the rail and blew a puff of smoke into the air reflectively. The piano struck up a lively tune, and a voice began to sing the first verse of The Rowdy Dowdy Boys. The measured pulsations of the screw were a subdued but additional accompaniment. The man knew the song. It had been the rage at all the music halls when he had started for India 7 years before. It reminded him of the brilliant and busy streets he had not seen for so long, but was soon to see again. He was just going to join in the chorus when the railing, which had been insecurely fastened, gave way suddenly with a snap, and he fell backwards into the warm water of the sea amid a great splash. For a moment he was physically too much astonished to think. Then he realized that he must shout. He began to do this even before he rose to the surface. He achieved a hoarse, inarticulate, half-choked scream. A startled brain suggested the word "help," and he bawled this out lustily and with frantic effort 6 or 7 times without stopping. Then he listened. "Hi, hi, clear the way for the Rowdy Dowdy Boys." The chorus floated back to him across the smooth water, for the ship had already passed completely by. And as he heard the music, a long stab of terror drove through his heart. The possibility that he would not be picked up dawned for the first time on his consciousness. The chorus started again. "Then I say, boys, who's for a jolly spree? Rum-tum-tiddly-um, who'll have a drink with me?" "Help! Help! Help!" shrieked the man in desperate fear. "Fond of a glass now and then, fond of a row or noise. Hi, hi, clear the way for the Rowdy Dowdy Boys." The last words drawled out faint and fainter. The vessel was steaming fast. The beginning of the second verse was confused and broken by the ever-growing distance. The dark outline of the great hull was getting blurred. The stern light dwindled. Then he set out to swim after it with furious energy, pausing every dozen strokes to shout long, wild shouts. The disturbed waters of the sea began to settle again to their rest. The widening undulations became ripples. The aerated confusion of the screw fizzed itself upwards and out. The noise of motion and the sounds of life and music died away. The liner was but a single fading light on the blackness of the waters, and a dark shadow against the paler sky. At length, full realization came to the man, and he stopped swimming. He was alone, abandoned. With the understanding, his brain reeled. He began again to swim, only now, instead of shouting, he prayed. Mad, incoherent prayers, the words stumbling into one another. Suddenly, a distant light seemed to flicker and brighten. A surge of joy and hope rushed through his mind. They were going to stop, to turn the ship and come back. And with the hope came gratitude. His prayer was answered. Broken words of thanksgiving rose to his lips. He stopped and stared after the light, his soul in his eyes. As he watched it, it grew gradually but steadily smaller. Then the man knew that his fate was certain. Despair succeeded hope. Gratitude gave place to curses. Beating the water with his arms, he raved impotently. Foul oaths burst from him, as broken as his prayers, and as unheeded. The fit of passion passed, hurried by increasing fatigue. He became silent, silent as was the sea, for even the ripples were subsiding into the glassy smoothness of the surface. He swam on mechanically along the track of the ship, sobbing quietly to himself in the misery of fear. And the stern light became a tiny speck, yellower but scarcely bigger than some of the stars, which here and there shone between the clouds. Nearly 20 minutes passed, and the man's fatigue began to change to exhaustion. The overpowering sense of the inevitable pressed upon him. With the weariness came a strange comfort. He need not swim all the long way to Suez. There was another course. He would die. He would resign his existence since he was thus abandoned. He threw up his hands impulsively and sank. Down, down he went through the warm water. The physical death took hold of him and he began to drown. The pain of that savage grip recalled his anger. He fought with it furiously. Striking out with arms and legs, he sought to get back to the air. It was a hard struggle, but he escaped victorious and gasping to the surface. Despair awaited him. Feebly splashing with his hands, he moaned in bitter misery. I can't. I must. Oh God, let me die. The moon, then in her third quarter, pushed out from behind the concealing clouds and shed a pale, soft glitter upon the sea. Upright in the water, 50 yards away, was a black, triangular object. It was a fin. It approached him slowly. His last appeal had been heard. End of Man Overboard. Recording by Louise J. Bell. Sebastopol, California.
The Man with the Gash by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Man with the Gash by Jack London. Jacob Kent had suffered from cupidity all the days of his life. This, in turn, had engendered a chronic distrustfulness, and his mind and character had become so warped that he was a very disagreeable man to deal with. He was also a victim to somnambulic propensities, and very set in his ideas. He had been a weaver of cloth from the cradle, until the fever of Klondike had entered his blood and torn him away from his loom. His cabin stood midway between 60 Mile Post and the Stewart River, and men who made it accustomed to travel the trail to Dawson likened him to a robber baron, perched in his fortress and exacting toll from the caravans that used his ill-kept roads. Since a certain amount of history was required in the construction of this figure, the less cultured wayfarers from Stewart River were prone to describe him after a still more primordial fashion, in which command of strong adjectives was to be chiefly noted. This cabin was not his, by the way, having been built several years previously by a couple of miners who had got out a raft of logs at that point for a grubstake. They had been most hospitable lads, and, After they abandoned it, travelers who knew the route made it an object to arrive there at nightfall. It was very handy, saving them all the time and toil of pitching camp, and it was an unwritten rule that the last man left a neat pile of firewood for the next comer. Rarely a night passed, but from half a dozen to a score of men crowded into its shelter. Jacob Kent noted these things, exercised squatter sovereignty, and moved in. Thenceforth, the weary travelers were mulcted $1 per head for the privilege of sleeping on the floor, Jacob Kent weighing the dust and never failing to steal the downweight. Besides, he so contrived that his transient guests chopped his wood for him and carried his water. This was rank piracy, but his victims were an easy-going breed, and while they detested him, they yet permitted him to flourish in his sins. One afternoon in April he sat by his door, for all the world like a predatory spider, marveling at the heat of the returning sun, and keeping an eye on the trail for prospective flies. The Yukon lay at his feet, a sea of ice, disappearing around 2 great bends to the north and south, and stretching an honest 2 miles from bank to bank. Over its rough breast ran the sled trail, a slender sunken line, 18 inches wide and 2,000 miles in length, with more curses distributed to the linear foot than any other road in or out of all Christendom. Jacob Kent was feeling particularly good that afternoon. The record had been broken the previous night, and he had sold his hospitality to no less than 28 visitors. True, it had been quite uncomfortable, and 4 had snored beneath his bunk all night. But then it had added appreciable weight to the sack in which he kept his gold dust. That sack, with its glittering yellow treasure, was at once the chief delight and the chief bane of his existence. Heaven and hell lay within its slender mouth. In the nature of things, there being no privacy to his one-roomed dwelling, he was tortured by a constant fear of theft. It would be very easy for these bearded, desperate-looking strangers to make away with it. Often he dreamed that such was the case, and awoke in the grip of nightmare. A select number of these robbers haunted him through his dreams, and he came to know them quite well, especially the bronzed leader with the gash on his right cheek. This fellow was the most persistent of the lot, and, because of him, he had, in his waking moments, constructed several score of hiding places in and about the cabin. After a concealment, he would breathe freely again, perhaps for several nights, only to collar the man with the gash in the very act of unearthing the sack. Then, on awakening in the midst of the usual struggle, he would at once get up and transfer the bag to a new and more ingenious crypt. It was not that he was the direct victim of these phantasms, but he believed in omens and thought transference, and he deemed these dream robbers to be the astral projection of real personages who happened at those particular moments, no matter where they were in the flesh, to be harboring designs in the spirit upon his wealth. So he continued to bleed the unfortunates who crossed his threshold, and at the same time to add to his trouble with every ounce that went into the sack. As he sat sunning himself, a thought came to Jacob Kent that brought him to his feet with a jerk. The pleasures of life had culminated in the continual weighing and re-weighing of his dust, but a shadow had been thrown upon this pleasant avocation which he had hitherto failed to brush aside. His gold scales were quite small. In fact, their maximum was 1.5 pounds, 18 ounces, while his hoard mounted up to something like 3 1/3 times that. He had never been able to weigh it all at one operation, and hence considered himself to have been shut out from a new and most edifying coign of contemplation. Being denied this, half the pleasure of possession had been lost. Nay, he felt that this miserable obstacle actually minimized the fact, as it did the strength, of possession. It was the solution of this problem flashing across his mind that had just brought him to his feet. He searched the trail carefully in either direction. There was nothing in sight, so he went inside. In a few seconds he had the table cleared away and the scales set up. On one side he placed the stamped discs to the equivalent of 15 ounces and balanced it with dust on the other. Replacing the weights with dust, he then had 30 ounces precisely balanced. These, in turn, he placed together on one side and again balanced with more dust. By this time the gold was exhausted, and he was sweating liberally. He trembled with ecstasy, ravished beyond measure. Nevertheless, he dusted the sack thoroughly, to the last least grain, till the balance was overcome, and one side of the scales sank to the table. Equilibrium, however, was restored by the addition of a pennyweight and 5 grains to the opposite side. He stood, head thrown back, transfixed. The sack was empty, but the potentiality of the scales had become immeasurable. Upon them he could weigh any amount, from the tiniest grain to pounds upon pounds. Mammon laid hot fingers on his heart. The sun swung on its westering way till it flashed through the open doorway, full upon the yellow-burdened scales. The precious heaps, like the golden breasts of a bronze Cleopatra, flung back the light in a mellow glow. Time and space were not. "God blimey, but you have the making of several quid there, haven't you?" Jacob Kent wheeled about, at the same time reaching for his double-barreled shotgun, which stood handy. But when his eyes lit on the intruder's face, he staggered back dizzily. It was the face of the man with the gash. The man looked at him curiously. "Oh, that's all right," he said, waving his hand deprecatingly. "You needn't think as I'll arm you or your blasted dust. You're a rum 'un, you are," he added reflectively, as he watched the sweat pouring from off Kent's face and the quavering of his knees. "Why don't you pipe up and say something?" he went on, as the other struggled for breath. "What's gone wrong o' your gaff? Anythink the matter?" Where'd you get it?" Kent at last managed to articulate, raising a shaking forefinger to the ghastly scar which seamed the other's cheek. "Shipmate stove me down with a marlin spike from the main royal. And now, as you have your figurehead in trim, what I want to know is, what's it to you? That's what I want to know. What's it to you, God blimey? Do it hurt you? Ain't it smug enough for the likes of you? That's what I want to know." No, Kent answered, sinking upon a stool with a sickly grin. "I was just wondering." "Did you ever see the like?" the other went on truculently. "No." "Ain't it a beaut?" "Yes." Kent nodded his head approvingly, intent on humoring this strange visitor, but wholly unprepared for the outburst which was to follow his effort to be agreeable. "You blasted, bloomin', burgoo-eatin' son of a sea swab! What do you mean a saying the most unsightly thing God Almighty ever put on the face of man is a beaut? What do you mean, you—" And thereat this fiery son of a sea broke off into a string of oriental profanity, mingling gods and devils, lineages and men, metaphors and monsters, with so savage a virility that Jacob Kent was paralyzed. He shrank back, his arms lifted as though to ward off physical violence. So utterly unnerved was he that the other paused in the mid-swing of a gorgeous peroration and burst into thunderous laughter. "The sun's knocked the bottom out of the trail," said the man with the gash, between departing paroxysms of mirth, "and I only hope as you'll appreciate the opportunity of consorting with a man of my mug. Get steam up in that firebox of yourn. I'm going to unrig the dogs and grub 'em. And don't be shy of the wood, my lad. There's plenty more where that come from, and it's you've got the time to sling an axe. And tote up a bucket of water while you're about it. Lively, or I'll run you down, so help me." Such a thing was unheard of. Jacob Kent was making the fire, chopping wood, packing water, doing menial tasks for a guest. When Jim Carnegie left Dawson, it was with his head filled with the iniquities of this roadside Shylock, and all along the trail his numerous victims had added to the sum of his crimes. Now Jim Carnegie, with the sailor's love for a sailor's joke, had determined, when he pulled into the cabin, to bring its inmate down a peg or so. That he had succeeded beyond expectation he could not help but remark, though he was in the dark as to the part the gash on his cheek had played in it. But while he could not understand, he saw the terror it created, and resolved to exploit it as remorselessly as would any modern trader a choice bit of merchandise. "Strike me blind, but you're a hustler," he said admiringly, his head cocked to one side as his host bustled about. "You never ought to have gone Klondiking. It's the keeper of a pub you was laid out for, and it's often as I have heard the lads up and down the river speak o' you, but I hadn't no idea you was so jolly nice." Jacob Kent experienced a tremendous yearning to try his shotgun on him, but the fascination of the gash was too potent. This was the real man with the gash, the man who had so often robbed him in the spirit. This, then, was the embodied entity of the being whose astral form had been projected into his dreams, the man who had so frequently harbored designs against his hoard. Hence, there could be no other conclusion. This man with the gash had now come into the flesh to dispossess him. And that gash! He could no more keep his eyes from it than stop the beating of his heart. Try as he would, they wandered back to that one point as inevitably as the needle to the pole. "Do it hurt you?" Jim Carnegie thundered suddenly, looking up from the spreading of his blankets and encountering the rapt gaze of the other. "It strikes me as how it'd be the proper thing for you to draw your jib, douse the glim, and turn in, seeing as how it were it's you. Just lay to that, you swab, or so help me, I'll take a pull on your peak purchases." Kent was so nervous that it took 3 puffs to blow out the slush lamp, and he crawled into his blankets without even removing his moccasins. The sailor was soon snoring lustily from his hard bed on the floor, but Kent lay staring up into the blackness, one hand on the shotgun, resolved not to close his eyes the whole night. He had not had an opportunity to secrete his 5 pounds of gold, and it lay in the ammunition box at the head of his bunk. But, try as he would, he at last dozed off with the weight of his dust heavy on his soul. Had he not inadvertently fallen asleep with his mind in such condition, the somnambulic demon would not have been invoked, nor would Jim Carnegie have gone mining next day with a dishpan. The fire fought a losing battle, and at last died away, while the frost penetrated the mossy chinks between the logs and chilled the inner atmosphere. The dogs outside ceased their howling, and, curled up in the snow, dreamed of salmon-stocked heavens where dog-drivers and kindred taskmasters were not. Within, a sailor lay like a log, while his host tossed restlessly about, the victim of strange fantasies. As midnight drew near, he suddenly threw off the blankets and got up. It was remarkable that he could do what he then did without ever striking a light. Perhaps it was because of the darkness that he kept his eyes shut, and perhaps it was for fear he would see the terrible gash on the cheek of his visitor. But, be this as it may, it is a fact that, unseeing, he opened his ammunition box, put a heavy charge into the muzzle of the shotgun without spilling a particle, rammed it down with double wads, and then put everything away and got back into bed. Just as daylight laid its steel-gray fingers on the parchment window, Jacob Kent awoke. Turning on his elbow, he raised the lid and peered into the ammunition box. Whatever he saw, or whatever he did not see, exercised a very peculiar effect upon him, considering his neurotic temperament. He glanced at the sleeping man on the floor, let the lid down gently, and rolled over on his back. It was an unwonted calm that rested on his face. Not a muscle quivered. There was not the least sign of excitement or perturbation. He lay there a long while, thinking, and when he got up and began to move about, it was in a cool, collected manner, without noise and without hurry. It happened that a heavy wooden peg had been driven into the ridgepole just above Jim Carnegie's head. Jacob Kent, working softly, ran a piece of half-inch manila over it, bringing both ends to the ground. One end he tied about his waist, and in the other he rove a running noose. Then he cocked his shotgun and laid it within reach by the side of numerous moose-hide thongs. By an effort of will he bore the sight of the scar, slipped the noose over the sleeper's head, and drew it taut, by throwing back on his weight, at the same time seizing the gun and bringing it to bear. Jim Carnegie awoke, choking, bewildered, staring down the twin wells of steel. "Where is it?" Kent asked, at the same time slacking on the rope. "You blasted... Kent merely threw back his weight, shutting off the other's wind. "Bloomin' Where is it?" Kent repeated. "What?" Carnegie asked, as soon as he had caught his breath. "The gold dust." "What gold dust?" the perplexed sailor demanded. "You know well enough. Mine. Ain't seen nothing of it. What do you take me for, a safe deposit? What have I got to do with it anyhow?" "Maybe you know, and maybe you don't. But anyway, I'm going to stop your breath till you do know. And if you lift a hand, I'll blow your head off." "Vast heavin'!" Carnegie roared as the rope tightened. Kent eased away a moment, and the sailor, wriggling his neck as though from the pressure, managed to loosen the noose a bit and work it up so the point of contact was just under the chin. "Well?" Kent questioned, expecting the disclosure. But Carnegie grinned. "Go ahead with your hangin', you bloomin' old pot-walloper." Then, as the sailor had anticipated, the tragedy became a farce. Carnegie being the heavier of the two, Kent, throwing his body backward and down, could not lift him clear of the ground. Strain and strive to the uttermost, the sailor's feet still stuck to the floor and sustained a part of his weight. The remaining portion was supported by the point of contact just under his chin. Failing to swing him clear, Kent clung on, resolved to slowly throttle him or force him to tell what he had done with the hoard. But the man with the gash would not throttle. 5, 10, 15 minutes passed, and at the end of that time, in despair, Kent let his prisoner down. "Well," he remarked, wiping away the sweat, "if you won't hang, you'll shoot. Some men wasn't born to be hanged anyway. And it's a pretty mess as you'll make o' this 'ere cabin floor." Carnegie was fighting for time. "Now look 'ere, I'll tell you what we do. We'll lay our heads longside and reason together. You've lost some dust. You say as how I know, and I say as how I don't. Let's get a hobservation and shape a course. Vast heavin'," Kent dashed in, maliciously imitating the other's enunciation. "I'm going to shape all the courses of this shebang, and you observe. And if you do anything more, I'll bore you as sure as Moses. For the sake of my mother, whom God have mercy upon if she loves you. Would you?" He frustrated a hostile move on the part of the other by pressing the cold muzzle against his forehead. "Lay quiet now. If you lift as much as a hair, you'll get it." It was rather an awkward task, with the trigger of the gun always within pulling distance of the finger, but Kent was a weaver, and in a few minutes had the sailor tied hand and foot. Then he dragged him without and laid him by the side of the cabin, where he could overlook the river and watch the sun climb to the meridian. "Now I'll give you till noon, and then—" "What?" "You'll be hitting the Brimstone Trail, but if you speak up, I'll keep you till the next bunch of mounted police come by." "Well, God blimey if this ain't a go. 'Ere I be, innercent as a lamb, and 'ere you be, lost all o' your top amper and out o' your reckoning, run me foul and going to rake me into hellfire. You bloomin' old pirate, you—" Jim Carnegie loosed the strings of his profanity and fairly outdid himself. Jacob Kent brought out a stool that he might enjoy it in comfort. Having exhausted all the possible combinations of his vocabulary, the sailor quieted down to hard thinking, his eyes constantly gauging the progress of the sun, which tore up the eastern slope of the heavens with unseemly haste. His dogs, surprised that they had not long since been put to harness, crowded around him. His helplessness appealed to the brutes. They felt that something was wrong, though they knew not what, and they crowded about, howling their mournful sympathy. "Chook! Mush on, you swashes!" he cried, attempting in a vermicular way to kick at them, and discovering himself to be tottering on the edge of a declivity. As soon as the animals had scattered, he devoted himself to the significance of that declivity, which he felt to be there but could not see. nor was he long in arriving at a correct conclusion. In the nature of things, he figured, man is lazy. He does no more than he has to. When he builds a cabin, he must put dirt on the roof. From these premises, it was logical that he should carry that dirt no further than was absolutely necessary. Therefore, he lay upon the edge of the hole from which the dirt had been taken to roof Jacob Kent's cabin. This knowledge, properly utilized, might prolong things, he thought, and he then turned his attention to the moose-hide thongs which bound him. His hands were tied behind him, and pressing against the snow, they were wet with the contact. This moistening of the raw hide he knew would tend to make it stretch, and, without apparent effort, he endeavored to stretch it more and more. He watched the trail hungrily, and when in the direction of 60 Mile a dark speck appeared for a moment against the white background of an ice jam, he cast an anxious eye at the sun. It had climbed nearly to the zenith. Now and again he caught the black speck clearing the hills of ice and sinking into the intervening hollows. But he dared not permit himself more than the most cursory glances for fear of rousing his enemy's suspicion. Once, when Jacob Kent rose to his feet and searched the trail with care, Carnegie was frightened, but the dog sled had struck a piece of trail running parallel with a jam, and remained out of sight till the danger was past. "I'll see you 'ung for this," Carnegie threatened, attempting to draw the other's attention. "And you'll rot in 'ell. Just you see if you don't." "I say," he cried after another pause, "do ye believe in ghosts?" Kent's sudden start made him sure of his ground, and he went on. "Now a ghost has the right to 'aunt a man what don't do what he says, and you can't shuffle me off till 8 bells. What I mean is 12 o'clock, can you? 'Cause if you do, it'll happen as 'ow I'll 'aunt you. Do ye 'ear? A minute, a second too quick, and I'll 'aunt you, so help me I will." Jacob Kent looked dubious, but declined to talk. "How's your chronometer? What's your longitude? How do you know as your time's correct?" Carnegie persisted, vainly hoping to beat his executioner out of a few minutes. "Is it barracks time you have, or is it the company time? 'Cause if you do it before the stroke of the bell, I'll not rest. I give you fair warning. I'll come back, and if you haven't the time, how will you know? That's what I want. How will you tell?" "I'll send you off all right," Kent replied. "Got a sundial here." "No good. 32 degrees variation of the needle." "Stakes are all set?" "How did you get 'em? Compass?" "No, lined them up with the North Star." "Sure?" "Sure." Carnegie groaned, then stole a glance at the trail. The sled was just clearing a rise, barely a mile away, and the dogs were in full lope, running lightly. "How close is the shadows to the line?" Kent walked to the primitive timepiece and studied it. 3 inches, he announced, after a careful survey. "Say, just sing out 8 bells afore you pull the gun, will ya?" Kent agreed, and they lapsed into silence. The thongs about Carnegie's wrists were slowly stretching, and he had begun to work them over his hands. "Say, how close is the shadows?" 1 inch. The sailor wriggled slightly to assure himself that he would topple over at the right moment, and slipped the first turn over his hands. "How close?" 1/2 an inch. Just then, Kent heard the jarring churn of the runners and turned his eyes to the trail. The driver was lying flat on the sled, and the dogs swinging down the straight stretch to the cabin. Kent whirled back, bringing his rifle to shoulder. "It ain't 8 bells yet," Carnegie expostulated. "I'll 'aunt you, sure." Jacob Kent faltered. He was standing by the sundial, perhaps 10 paces from his victim. The man on the sled must have seen that something unusual was taking place, for he had risen to his knees, his whip singing viciously among the dogs. The shadows swept into line. Kent looked along the sights. "Make ready," he commanded solemnly. 8 But just a fraction of a second too soon, Carnegie rolled backward into the hole. Kent held his fire and ran to the edge. Bang! The gun exploded full in the sailor's face as he rose to his feet. But no smoke came from the muzzle. Instead, a sheet of flame burst from the side of the barrel near its butt, and Jacob Kent went down. The dogs dashed up the bank, dragging the sled over his body, and the driver sprang off as Jim Carnegie freed his hands and drew himself from the hole. "Jim!" The newcomer recognized him. "What's the matter?"
"What's the matter? Oh, nothing at all. It just happens as I do little things like this for my health. What's the matter, you bloomin' idiot? What's the matter, eh? Cast me loose or I'll show you what. Hurry up or I'll only stone the decks with ya."
"Huh," he added, as the other went to work with his sheath knife.
"What's the matter? I want to know. Just tell me that, will ya? What's the matter, hey?"
Kent was quite dead when they rolled him over. The gun, an old-fashioned, heavy-weighted muzzle-loader, lay near him. Steel and wood had parted company. Near the butt of the right-hand barrel, with lips pressed outward, gaped a fissure several inches in length. The sailor picked it up curiously. A glittering stream of yellow dust ran through the crack. The facts of the case dawned upon Jim Carnegie.
"Strike me standing!" he roared. "Here's you go. Here's his bloomin' dust. God blimey, and you too, Charlie, if you don't run and get the dishpan."
End of The Man with the Gash.
Memory by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for LibriVox by Dale Grothman. In the valley of Nis, the accursed waning moon shines thinly, tearing a path for its light with feeble horns through the lethal foliage of the great upas tree. And within the depths of the valley, where the light reaches not, move forms not meet to be held. Rank is the herbage on each slope, where evil vines and creeping plants crawl amidst the stones of the ruined palaces, twining tightly about the broken columns and strange monoliths, and heaving up marble pavements laid by forgotten hands. And in the trees that grow gigantic in crumbling courtyards leap little apes, while in and out of deep treasure vaults writhe poisonous serpents and scaly things without a name. Vast are the stones which sleep beneath coverlets of dank moss, and mighty were the walls from which they fell. For all time did their builders erect them, and in sooth they have yet served nobly, for beneath them the gray toad makes his habitation. At the very bottom of the valley lies the river Than, whose waters are slimy and filled with weeds. From hidden springs it rises, and to subterranean grottos it flows, so that the daemon of the valley knows not why its waters are red, nor whither they are bound. The genie that haunts the moonbeams spake to the daemon of the valley, saying, "I am old and forget much. Tell me the deeds and aspect and name of them who built these things of stone." And the daemon replied, "I am Memory, and am wise in lore of the past, but I too am old. These beings were like the waters of the river Than, not to be understood. Their deeds I recall not, for they were but of the moment. Their aspect I recall dimly, for it was like that of the little apes in the trees. Their name I recall clearly, for it rhymed with that of the river. These beings of yesterday were called man. So the genie flew back to the thin, horned moon, and the daemon looked intently at the little apes in the tree that grew in the crumbling courtyard. End of Memory by H.P. Lovecraft.
A Moth, Genus Unknown by H.G. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Brent. A Moth, Genus Unknown by H.G. Wells. Probably you have heard of Hapley. Not W.T. Hapley the son, but the celebrated Hapley. The Hapley of Periplaneta Haplia, Hapley the entomologist. If so, you know at least of the great feud between Hapley and Professor Pawkins, though certain of its consequences may be new to you. For those of you who have not, a word or two of explanation is necessary, which the idle reader may go over with a glancing eye, if his indolence so incline him. It is amazing how very widely diffused is the ignorance of such really important matters as this Hapley-Pawkins feud. Those epoch-making controversies, again, that have convulsed the Geological Society are, I verily believe, almost entirely unknown outside the fellowship of that body. I have heard men of fair general education even refer to the great scenes at these meetings as vestry meeting squabbles. Yet the great hate of the English and Scottish geologists has lasted now half a century, and has left deep and abundant marks upon the body of the science. And this Hapley-Pawkins business, though perhaps a more personal affair, stirred passions as profound, if not profounder. Your common man has no conception of the zeal that animates a scientific investigator, the fury of contradiction you can arouse in him. It is the odium theologicum in a new form. There are men, for instance, who would gladly burn Professor Ray Lancaster at Smithfield for his treatment of the mollusca in Encyclopedia, that fantastic extension of the cephalopods to cover pteropods. But I wander from Hapley and Pawkins. It began years and years ago with a revision of the Microlepidoptera, whatever these might be, by Pawkins, in which he extinguished a new species created by Hapley. Hapley, who was always quarrelsome, replied by a stinging impeachment of the entire classification of Pawkins. Footnote. Remarks on a recent revision of Microlepidoptera. Quarterly Journal, Entomological Society, 1863. End footnote. Pawkins, in his rejoinder, footnote. Rejoinder to certain remarks, etc., Ibid, 1864. End footnote. Suggested that Hapley's microscope was as defective as his powers of observation, and called him an irresponsible meddler. Hapley was not a professor at that time. Hapley, in his retort, footnote, further remarks, etc., Ibid, end footnote, spoke of blundering collectors and described, as if inadvertently, Pawkins' revision as a miracle of ineptitude. It was a war to the knife. However, it would scarcely interest the reader to detail how these two great men quarrelled, and how the split between them widened until from the Microlepidoptera they were at war upon every open question in entomology. There were memorable occasions. At times the Royal Entomological Society meetings resembled nothing so much as the Chamber of Deputies. On the whole, I fancy Pawkins was nearer the truth than Hapley. But Hapley was skilful with his rhetoric, had a turn of ridicule rare in a scientific man, was endowed with vast energy, and had a fine sense of injury in the matter of the extinguished species. While Pawkins was a man of dull presence, prosy of speech, in shape not unlike a water barrel, over-conscientious with testimonials, and suspected of jobbing museum appointments. So the young men gathered around Hapley and applauded him. It was a long struggle, vicious from the beginning, and growing at last to pitiless antagonism. The successive turns of fortune, now an advantage to one side, and now to another, now Hapley tormented by some success of Pawkins, and now Pawkins outshone by Hapley, belong rather to the history of entomology than to this story. But in 1891, Pawkins, whose health had been bad for some time, published some work upon the mesoblast of the death's head moth. What the mesoblast of the death's head moth may be does not matter a rap in this story. But the work was far below his usual standard, and gave Hapley an opening he had coveted for years. He must have worked night and day to make the most of his advantage. In an elaborate critique he rent Pawkins to tatters. One can fancy the man's disordered black hair and his queer dark eyes flashing as he went for his antagonist. And Pawkins made a reply, halting, ineffectual, with painful gasps of silence, and yet malignant. There was no mistaking his will to wound Hapley, nor his incapacity to do so. But few of those who heard him, I was absent from that meeting, realized how ill the man was. Hapley had got his opponent down, and meant to finish him. He followed with simply brutal attack upon Pawkins, in the form of a paper upon the development of moths in general, a paper showing evidence of the most extraordinary amount of mental labor, and yet couched in a violently controversial tone. Violent as it was, an editorial note witnesses that it was modified. It must have covered Pawkins with shame and confusion of face. It left no loophole. It was murderous in argument, and utterly contemptuous in tone, an awful thing for the declining years of a man's career. The world of entomologists waited breathlessly for the rejoinder from Pawkins. He would try one, for Pawkins had always been game. But when it came, it surprised them. For the rejoinder of Pawkins was to catch influenza, to proceed to pneumonia, and to die. It was perhaps as effectual a reply as he could make under the circumstances, and largely turned the current of feeling against Hapley. The very people who had most gleefully cheered on the gladiators became serious at the consequence. There could be no reasonable doubt the threat of the defeat had contributed to the death of Pawkins. There was a limit even to scientific controversy, said serious people. Another crushing attack was already in the press, and appeared on the day before the funeral. I don't think Hapley exerted himself to stop it. People remembered how Hapley had hounded down his rival, and forgot that his rival's defects. Scathing satire reads ill over fresh mould. The thing provoked comment in the daily papers. This it was that made me think that you had probably heard of Hapley and his controversy. But, as I have already remarked, scientific workers live very much in a world of their own. Half the people, dare I say, who go along Piccadilly to the Academy every year, could not tell you where the learned societies abide. Many even think that research is a kind of happy family cage in which all kinds of men lie down together in peace. In his private thoughts, Hapley could not forgive Pawkins for dying. In the first place, it was a mean dodge to escape the absolute pulverization Hapley had in mind for him, and in the second, it left Hapley's mind with a queer gap in it. For 20 years he had worked hard, sometimes far into the night, and 7 days a week, with microscope, scalpel, collecting net, and pen, and almost entirely with reference to Pawkins. The European reputation he had won had come as an incident in that great antipathy. He had gradually worked up to a climax in this last controversy. It had killed Pawkins, but it had also thrown Hapley out of gear, so to speak, and his doctor advised him to give up work for a time and rest. So Hapley went down into a quiet village in Kent, and thought day and night of Pawkins, and good things it was now impossible to say about him. At last, Hapley began to realize in what direction the preoccupation tended. He determined to make a fight for it, and started by trying to read novels. But he could not get his mind off Pawkins, white in the face and making his last speech, every sentence a beautiful opening for Hapley. He turned to fiction, and found it had no grip on him. He read The Island Night's Entertainments until his sense of causation was shocked beyond endurance by The Bottle Imp. Then he went to Kipling, and found he proved nothing besides being irrelevant and vulgar. These scientific people have their limitations. Then, unhappily, he tried Besant's Inner House, and the opening chapter set his mind upon learned societies and Porkins at once. So Happily turned to chess, and found it a little more soothing. He soon mastered the moves and the chief gambits and the commoner closing positions, and began to beat the vicar. But then the cylindrical contours of the opposite king began to resemble Porkins, standing up and gasping ineffectually against checkmate, and Happily decided to give up chess. Perhaps the study of some new branch of science would after all be better diversion. The best rest is change of occupation. Happily determined to plunge into diatoms, and had one of his smaller microscopes and Halibut's monograph sent down from London. He thought that perhaps if he could get up a vigorous quarrel with Halibut, he might be able to begin life afresh and forget Porkins, and very soon he was hard at work in his habitual strenuous fashion at these very microscopic denizens of the wayside pool. It was on the third day of the diatoms that Happily became aware of a novel addition to the local fauna. He was working late at the microscope, and the only light in the room was a brilliant little lamp with a special form of green lampshade. Like all experienced microscopists, he kept both eyes open. It is the only way to avoid excessive fatigue. One eye was over the instrument, and bright and distinct before that was the circular field of the microscope, across which a brown diatom was slowly moving. With the other eye, Happily saw, as it were, without seeing. Footnote. The reader unaccustomed to microscopes may easily understand this by rolling a newspaper in the form of a tube and looking through it at a book, keeping the other eye open. End footnote. He was only dimly conscious of the brass side of the instrument, the illuminated part of the tablecloth, a sheet of notepaper, the foot of the lamp, and the darkened room beyond. Suddenly his attention drifted from one eye to the other. The tablecloth was of the material called tapestry by shopmen, and rather brightly coloured. The pattern was in gold, with a small amount of crimson and pale blue upon a greyish background. At one point the pattern seemed displaced, and there was a vibrating movement of colours at this point. Happily suddenly moved his head back and looked with both eyes. His mouth fell open with astonishment. It was a large moth or butterfly, its wings spread in butterfly fashion. It was strange it should be in the room at all, for the windows were closed. Strange that it should not have attracted his attention when it fluttered into its present position. Strange that it should match the tablecloth. Stranger far to him, Happily, the great entomologist, it was altogether unknown. There was no delusion. It was crawling slowly towards the foot of the lamp. "Genus unknown, by heavens, and in England!" said Happily, staring. Then suddenly he thought of Porkins. Nothing would have maddened Porkins more, and Porkins was dead. Something about the head and body of the insect became singularly suggestive of Porkins, just as the chess king had. "Confound Porkins!" said Happily. "But I must catch this." And looking around him for some means of capturing the moth, he rose slowly out of his chair. Suddenly the insect rose, struck the edge of the lampshade. Happily heard the ping, and vanished into the shadow. In a moment Happily had whipped off the shade, so that the whole room was illuminated. The thing had disappeared, but soon his practised eye detected it upon the wallpaper near the door. He went towards it, poising the lampshade for capture. Before he was within striking distance, however, it had risen and was fluttering around the room. After the fashion of its kind, it flew with sudden starts and turns, seeming to vanish here and reappear there. Once Happily struck and missed, then again. The third time he hit his microscope. The instrument swayed, struck, and overturned the lamp, and fell noisily on the floor. The lamp turned over on the table, and very luckily went out. Happily was left in the dark. With a start, he felt the strange moth blunder into his face. It was maddening. He had no lights. If he opened the door of the room, the thing would get away. In the darkness he saw Porkins quite distinctly laughing at him. Porkins had ever an oily laugh. He swore furiously and stamped his foot on the floor. There was a timid rapping at the door. Then it opened, perhaps a foot, and very slowly the alarmed face of the landlady appeared behind a pink candle flame. She wore a nightcap over her grey hair, and had some purple garment over her shoulders. "What was that fearful smash?" she said. "Has anything—" The strange moth appeared fluttering about the chink of the door. "Shut the door!" said Happily, and suddenly rushed at her. The door slammed hastily. Happily was left alone in the dark. Then, in the pause, he heard the landlady scuttle upstairs, lock her door, and drag something heavy across the room and put against it. It became evident to Happily that his conduct and appearance had been strange and alarming. Confound the moth and Porkins! However, it was a pity to lose the moth now. He felt his way into the hall and found the matches, after sending his hat down upon the floor with a noise like a drum. With the lighted candle he returned to the sitting room. No moth was to be seen, yet once for a moment it seemed that the thing was fluttering around his head. Happily, very suddenly decided to give up the moth and go to bed. But he was excited. All night long his sleep was broken by dreams of the moth, Porkins, and the landlady. Twice in the night he turned out and soused his head in cold water. One thing was very clear to him. The landlady could not possibly understand about the strange moth, especially as he had failed to catch it. No one but an entomologist would understand quite how he felt. She was probably frightened at his behavior, and yet he failed to see how he could explain it. He decided to say nothing further about the events of last night. After breakfast he saw her in the garden, and decided to go out and talk to her to reassure her. He talked to her about beans and potatoes, bees, caterpillars, and the price of fruit. She replied in her usual manner, but she looked at him a little suspiciously, and kept walking as he walked, so that there was always a bed of flowers or a row of beans or something of that sort between them. After a while he began to feel singularly irritated at this, and to conceal his vexation he went indoors, and presently went out for a walk. The moth, or butterfly, trailing an odd flavour of Porkins with it, kept coming into that walk, though he did his best to keep his mind off it. Once he saw it quite distinctly, with its wings flattened out, upon the old stone wall that runs along the west edge of the park. But going up to it, he found it was only 2 lumps of grey and yellow lichen. "This," said Happily, "is the reverse of mimicry. Instead of a butterfly looking like a stone, here is a stone looking like a butterfly." Once something hovered and fluttered around his head, but by an effort of will he drove that impression out of his mind again. In the afternoon Happily called upon the vicar, and argued with him upon theological questions. They sat in the little arbour covered with briar, and smoked as they wrangled. "Look at that moth," said Happily, suddenly pointing to the edge of the wooden table. "Where?" said the vicar. "You don't see a moth on the edge of the table there?" said Happily. "Certainly not," said the vicar. Happily was thunderstruck. He gasped. The vicar was staring at him. Clearly the man saw nothing. "The eye of the faith is no better than the eye of science," said Happily awkwardly. "I don't see your point," said the vicar, thinking it was part of the argument. That night Happily found the moth crawling over his counterpane. He sat on the edge of the bed in his shirt sleeves and reasoned with himself. Was it pure hallucination? He knew he was slipping, and he battled for his sanity with the same silent energy he had formerly displayed against Porkins. So persistent is mental habit that he felt as if it were a struggle with Porkins. He was well versed in psychology. He knew that such visual illusions do not come as a result of mental strain. But the point was, he did not see the moth. He had heard it when it touched the edge of the lampshade, and afterwards when it hit against the wall, and he had felt it strike his face in the dark. He looked at it. It was not at all dreamlike, but perfectly clear and solid-looking in the candlelight. He saw the hairy body, and the short feathery antennae, the jointed legs, even a place where the down was rubbed from the wing. He suddenly felt angry with himself for being afraid of a little insect. His landlady had got the servant to sleep with her that night, because she was afraid to be alone. In addition, she had locked the door and put the chest of drawers against it. They listened and talked in whispers after they had gone to bed, but nothing occurred to alarm them. About 11 they had ventured to put the candle out, and had both dozed off to sleep. Then they woke up with a start, and sat up in bed, listening in the darkness. Then they heard the slippered feet going to and fro in Hapley's room. A chair was overturned. There was a violent dab at the wall. Then a china mantel ornament smashed upon the fender. Suddenly the door of the room opened, and they heard him upon the landing. They clung to one another, listening. He seemed to be dancing upon the staircase. Now he would go down 3 or 4 steps quickly, then up again, then hurry down into the hall. They heard the umbrella stand go over, and the fan-light break. Then the bolt shot and the chain rattled. He was opening the door. They hurried to the window. It was a dim grey night. An almost unbroken sheet of watery cloud was sweeping across the moon, and the hedge and the trees in front of the house were black against the pale roadway. They saw Hapley, looking like a ghost in his shirt and white trousers, running to and fro in the road and beating the air. Now he would stop. Now he would dart very rapidly at something invisible. Now he would move upon it with stealthy strides. At last he went out of sight up the road towards the down. Then, while they argued who should go down and lock the door, he returned. He was walking very fast, and he came straight into the house, closed the door carefully, and went quietly up to his bedroom. Everything was silent. "Mrs. Colville," said Hapley, calling down the staircase next morning, "I hope I did not alarm you last night." "You may well ask that," said Mrs. Colville. "The fact is, I'm a sleepwalker, and the last 2 nights I have been without my sleeping mixture. There's nothing to be alarmed about, really. I'm sorry I made such an ass of myself. I will go over the down to Shoreham and get some stuff to make me sleep soundly. I ought to have done it yesterday." But halfway over the down, by the chalk pits, the moth came upon Hapley again. He went on, trying to keep his mind upon chess problems, but it was no good. The thing fluttered into his face, and he struck at it with his hat in self-defense. Then rage, the old rage, the rage he had so often felt against Porkins, returned once more. He went on, leaping and striking at the eddying insect. Suddenly he trod on nothing, and fell headlong. There was a gap in his sensations, and Hapley found himself sitting on the heap of flints in front of the opening of the chalk pits, with a leg twisted back underneath him. The strange moth was still fluttering around his head. He struck at it with his hand, and turning his head, saw 2 men approaching him. One was the village doctor. It occurred to Hapley that this was lucky. Then it came into his mind with extraordinary vividness that no one would ever be able to see the strange moth except himself, and that it behooved him to keep silent about it. Late that night, however, after his broken leg was set, he was feverish and forgot his self-restraint. He was lying flat on his bed, and he began to run his eyes around the room to see if the moth was still about. He tried not to do this, but it was no good. He soon caught sight of the thing resting close to his hand by the nightlight on the green tablecloth. The wings quivered. With a sudden wave of anger, he smote at it with his fist, and the nurse woke up with a shriek. He had missed it. "That moth!" he said, and then, "It was fancy, nothing." All the time he could see quite clearly the insect going around the cornice and darting across the room, and he could also see that the nurse saw nothing of it and looked at him strangely. He must keep himself in hand. He knew he was a lost man if he did not keep himself in hand. But as the night waned, the fever grew upon him, and the very dread he had of seeing the moth made him see it. About 5, just as the dawn was grey, he tried to get out of bed and catch it. Though his leg was afire with pain, the nurse had to struggle with him. On account of this, they tied him down to the bed. At this, the moth grew bolder, and once he felt it settle in his hair. Then, because he struck out violently with his arms, they tied these also. At this, the moth came and crawled over his face, and Hapley wept, swore, screamed, prayed for them to take it off him. Unavailingly. The doctor was a blockhead, a half-qualified general practitioner, and quite ignorant of mental science. He simply said, "There's no moth." Had he possessed the wit, he might still perhaps have saved Hapley from his fate by entering into his delusion and covering his face with gauze, as he prayed might be done. But, as I say, the doctor was a blockhead, and until the leg was healed, Hapley was kept tied to his bed, with the imaginary moth crawling over him. It never left him while he was awake, and it grew to a monster in his dreams. While he was awake, he longed for sleep, and from sleep he awoke screaming. So now Happily is spending the remainder of his days in a padded room, worried by a moth that no one else can see. The asylum doctor calls it hallucination, but Happily, when he is in his easier mood and can talk, says it is the ghost of Porkins, and consequently a unique specimen and well worth the trouble of catching. End of A Moth, Genus Unknown.
Mother and Child, from Goblin Tales of Lancaster, by James Boker, FRGSI. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. Mother and Child, by James Boker. The tenants of Plimpton Hall had retired to rest somewhat earlier than was their wont, for it was the last night of November. The old, low rooms were in darkness, and all was silent as a grave, for though the residents, unfortunately for themselves, were not asleep, they held their breath, and awaited in fear the first stroke of the hour from the old clock in the kitchen. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps broke the silence, but with sighs of relief the terrified listeners found that the noise was made by a belated wayfarer, almost out of his wits with fright, but who was unable to avoid passing the hall, and who therefore ran by the haunted building as quickly as his legs would carry him. The sensation of escape, however, was of but short duration, for the hammer commenced to strike, and no sooner had the last stroke of 11 startled the echoes than loud thuds, as of a heavy object bumping upon the stairs, were heard. The quaking occupants of the chambers hid their heads beneath the bedclothes, for they knew that an old-fashioned oak chair was on its way down the noble staircase, and was sliding from step to step as though dragged along by an invisible being who had only one hand at liberty. If anyone had dared to follow that chair across the wide passage and into the wainscoted parlor, he would have been startled by the sight of a fire blazing in the grate, whence, ere the servants retired, even the very embers had been removed, and in the chair the marvelous movement of which had so frightened all the inmates of the hall, he would have seen a beautiful woman seated, with an infant at her breast. Year after year, on wild nights when the snow was driven against the diamond panes, and the cry of the spirits of the storm came up from the sea, the weird firelight shone from the haunted room, and through the house sounded a mysterious crooning, as the unearthly visitor softly sang a lullaby to her infant. Lads grew into gray-haired men in the old house, and from youth to manhood, on the last night of each November, they had heard the notes, but none of them ever had caught, even when custom had somewhat deadened the terror which surrounded the events of the much-dreaded anniversary, the words of the song the ghostly woman sang. The maids, too, had always found the grate as it was left before the visit. Not a cinder or a speck of dust remained to tell of the strange fire, and no one had ever heard the chair ascend the stairs. Chair and fire and child and mother, however, were seen by many a weary wayfarer, drawn to the house by the hospitable look of the window, through which a genial glow of the burning logs shone forth into the night, but who, by tapping at the pane and crying for shelter, could not attract the attention of the pale nurse, clad in a quaint old costume with lace ruff and ruffles, and singing a mournful and melodious lullaby to the child resting upon her beautiful bosom. Tradition tells of one of these wanderers, a footsore and miserable seafaring man on the tramp, who, attracted by the welcome glare, crept to the panes, and seeing the cozy-looking fire, and the Madonna-faced mother tenderly nursing her infant, rapped at the glass, and begged for a morsel of food, and permission to sleep in the hayloft, and finding his pleadings unanswered, loudly cursed the woman who could sit and enjoy warmth and comfort, and turn a deaf ear to the prayers of the homeless and hungry, upon which the seated figure turned the weird light of its wild eyes upon him, and almost changed him to stone. A laborer going to his daily toil in the early morn, finding the poor wretch gazing fixedly through the window, against which his terror-stricken face was closely pressed, his hair turned white by fear, and his fingers convulsively clutching the casement. End of Mother and Child by James Boker. The Phantom Hag, from 25 Ghost Stories, compiled and edited by W. Bob Holland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for LibriVox by Dale Grothman. The Phantom Hag. The other evening, in an old castle, the conversation turned to apparitions, each one of the party telling a story. As the accounts grew more horrible, the young ladies drew closer together. "Have you ever had an adventure with a ghost?" said they to me. "Do you know a story to make us shiver? Come, tell us something." "I am quite willing to do so," I replied. "I will tell you of an incident that happened to myself. Toward the close of the autumn of 1858, I visited one of my friends, sub-prefect of a little city in the center of France. Albert was an old companion of my youth, and I had been present at his wedding. His charming wife was full of goodness and grace. My friend wished to show me his happy home, and to introduce me to his 2 little daughters. I was feted and taken great care of. 3 days after my arrival, I knew the entire city, curiosities, old castles, ruins, etc. Every day about 5 o'clock, Albert would order a phaeton, and we would take a long ride, returning home in the evening. One evening my friend said to me, "Tomorrow we will go further than usual. I want to take you to Black Rocks. They are curious old Druid stones on the wild and desolate plain. They will interest you. My wife has not seen them yet, so we will take her." The following day we drove out at the usual hour. Albert's wife sat by his side. I occupied the back seat alone. The weather was gray and somber that afternoon, and the journey was not very pleasant. When we arrived at the Black Rocks, the sun was setting. We got out of the phaeton, and Albert took care of the horses. We walked some little distance through the fields before reaching the giant remains of the old Druid religion. Albert's wife wished to climb to the summit of the altar, and I assisted her. I can still see her graceful figure as she stood draped in a red shawl, her veil floating around her. "How beautiful it is! But does it not make you feel a little melancholy?" said she, extending her hand toward the dark horizon, which was lighted a little by the last rays of the sun. The afternoon wind blew violently and sighed through the stunted trees that grew around the stone cormolix, Not a dwelling nor a human being was in sight. We hastened to get down, and silently retraced our steps to the carriage. "We must hurry," said Albert. "The sky is threatening, and we shall have scarcely time to reach home before night." We carefully wrapped the robes around his wife. She tied the veil around her face, and the horses started into a rapid trot. It was growing dark. The scenery around us was bare and desolate. Clumps of fir trees here and there, and furzy bushes formed the only vegetation. We began to feel the cold, for the wind blew with fury. The only sound we heard was a steady trot of the horses, and the sharp, clear tinkle of their bells. Suddenly I felt a heavy grasp of a hand upon my shoulder. I turned my head quickly. A horrible apparition presented itself before my eyes. In the empty place at my side sat a hideous woman. I tried to cry out. The phantom placed her fingers upon her lips to impose silence upon me. I could not utter a sound. The woman was clothed in white linen. Her head was cowled, her face overspread with a corpse-like pallor, and in place of eyes were ghastly black cavities. I sat motionless, overcome by terror. The ghost suddenly stood up and leaned over the young wife. She encircled her with her arms, and lowered her hideous head as if to kiss her forehead. "What a wind!" cried Madame Albert, turning precipitately toward me. "My veil is torn!" As she turned I felt the same infernal pressure on my shoulder, and the place occupied by the phantom was empty. I looked out to the right and left. The road was deserted, not an object in sight. "What a dreadful gale!" said Madame Albert. "Did you feel it? I cannot explain the terror that seized me. My veil was torn by the wind as if by an invisible hand. I am trembling still." "Never mind," said Albert, smiling. "Wrap yourself up, my dear. We will soon be warming ourselves by the good fire at home. I am starving." A cold perspiration covered my forehead. A shiver ran through me. My tongue clove to the roof of my mouth. I could not articulate a sound. A sharp pain in my shoulder was the only sensible evidence that I was not the victim of an hallucination. Putting a hand upon my aching shoulder, I felt a rent in the cloak that was wrapped around me. I looked at it. 5 perfectly distinct holes, visible traces of the grip of the horrible phantom. I thought for a moment that I should die, or that my reason should leave me. It was, I think, the most dreadful moment of my life. Finally, I became more calm. This nameless agony had lasted for some minutes. I do not think it is possible for a human being to suffer more than I did during that time. As soon as I recovered my senses, I thought at first I would tell my friends all that had passed, but hesitated, and finally did not, fearing that my story might frighten Madame Albert, and feeling sure my friend would not believe me. The lights of the little city revived me, and gradually the oppression of terror that overwhelmed me became lighter. So soon as we reached home, Madame Albert untied her veil. It was literally in shreds. I hoped to find my clothes whole, and prove to myself that it was all imagination. But no, the cloth was torn in 5 places, just where the fingers had seized my shoulder. There was no mark, however, upon my flesh, only a dull pain. I returned to Paris the next day, where I endeavored to forget the strange adventure, or at least, when I thought of it, I could force myself to think it an hallucination. The day after my return I received a letter from my friend Albert. It was edged with black. I opened it with a vague fear. His wife had died the day of my return. The end of The Phantom Hag, edited by W. Bob Holland. Stanley Fleming's Hallucination by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for LibriVox by Dale Grothman. Stanley Fleming's Hallucination by Ambrose Bierce. Of the two men talking, one was a physician. "I sent for you, doctor," said the other, "but I don't think you can do me any good. Maybe you can recommend a specialist in psychopathy. I fancy I'm a bit of a loon." "You look all right," the physician said. "You shall judge. I have hallucinations. I wake every night and see in my room, intently watching me, a big black Newfoundland dog with a white front foot." "You say you wake? Are you sure about that? Hallucinations are sometimes only dreams." "Oh, I wake all right. Sometimes I lie still a long time looking at the dog as earnestly as the dog looks at me. I always leave the light going. When I can't endure it any longer, I sit up in bed, and nothing is there." What is the beast's expression?" "It seems to me sinister. Of course, I know that, except in art, an animal's face in repose is always the same expression. But this is not a real animal. Newfoundland dogs are pretty mild looking, you know. What's the matter with this one?" "Really, my diagnosis would have no value. I am not going to treat the dog." The physician laughed at his own pleasantry, but narrowly watched his patient from the corner of his eye. Presently he said, "Fleming, your description of the beast fits the dog of the late Atwell Barton." Fleming half rose from his chair, sat again, and made a visible attempt at indifference. "I remember Barton," he said. "I believe he was... It was reported that... Wasn't there something suspicious in his death?" Looking squarely now into the eyes of his patient, the physician said, "3 years ago, the body of your old enemy, Atwell Barton, was found in the woods near his house and yours. He had been stabbed to death. There have been no arrests. There was no clue. Some of us have theories. I had one. Have you?" "I? Why, bless your soul, what would I know about it? You remember that I left for Europe almost immediately afterward, a considerable time afterward. In a few weeks since my return, you could not expect me to construct a theory. In fact, I have not given the matter a thought. What about his dog?" "It was the first to find the body. It died of starvation on his grave. We do not know the inexorable laws underlying coincidences. Stanley Fleming did not, or he would perhaps not have sprung to his feet as the night wind brought in through the open window the long, wailing howl of a distant dog. He strode several times across the room in the steadfast gaze of the physician, then abruptly confronted him, almost shouted, "What has all of this got to do with my trouble, Dr. Haldeman? You forget why you were sent for." Rising, the physician laid his hand upon his patient's arm and said gently, "Pardon me, I cannot diagnose your disorder offhand. Tomorrow, perhaps. Please go to bed. Leave your door unlocked. I will pass the night here with your books. Can you call me without rising?" "Yes, there's an electric bell." "Good. If anything disturbs you, push the button without sitting up. Good night." Comfortably installed in an armchair, the man of medicine stared into the glowing coals and thought deeply and long, but apparently to little purpose, for he frequently rose and opened a door leading to the staircase, listening intently, then resumed his seat. Presently, however, he fell asleep, and when he woke it was past midnight. He stirred the failing fire, lifted a book from the table at his side, and looked at the title. It was Denneker's Meditations. He opened it at random and began to read. Forasmuch as it was ordained of God that all flesh hath spirit, and thereby taketh on spiritual powers, so also the spirit hath powers of the flesh, even when it has gone out of the flesh, and liveth as a thing apart. As many a violence performed by wraith and lemure sleweth. And there be who say that man is not single in this, but the beasts have the like evil inducement, and the reading was interrupted by a shaking of the house, as by the falling of a heavy object. The reader flung down the book, rushed from the room, and mounted the stairs to Fleming's bedchamber. He tried the door, but contrary to his instructions, it was locked. He set his shoulder against it with such force that it gave way. On the floor, near the disordered bed, in his nightclothes, lay Fleming, gasping away his life. The physician raised the dying man's head from the floor, and observed a wound in the throat. "I should have thought of this," he said, believing it suicide. When the man was dead, an examination disclosed the unmistakable marks of an animal's fangs deeply sunk into the jugular vein. But there was no animal. The end of Stanley Fleming's Hallucination, by Ambrose Bierce.
The Tarn, by Hugh Walpole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rafe Ball. The Tarn, by Hugh Walpole. As Foster moved unconsciously across the room, bent towards the bookcase, and stood leaning forward a little, choosing now one book, now another with his eye, his host, seeing the muscles of the back of his thin, scraggy neck stand out above his low flannel collar, thought of the ease with which he could squeeze that throat, and the pleasure, the triumphant, lustful pleasure that such an action would give him. The low, white-walled, white-ceilinged room was flooded with the mellow, kindly lakeland sun. October is a wonderful month in the English lakes, golden, rich, and perfumed. Slow suns moving through apricot-tinted skies to ruby evening glories. The shadows lie then thick about that beautiful country, in dark purple patches, in long web-like patterns of silver gauze, in thick splotches of amber and grey. The clouds pass in galleons across the mountains, now veiling, now revealing, now descending with ghost-like armies to the very breast of the plains, suddenly rising to the softest of blue skies, and lying thin in lazy, languorous colour. Fenwick's cottage looked across to low fells. On his right, seen through the side windows, sprawled the hills above Derwentwater. Fenwick looked at Foster's back and felt suddenly sick, so that he sat down, veiling his eyes for a moment with his hand. Foster had come up there, come all the way from London, to explain. It was so like Foster to want to explain, to want to put things right. For how many years had he known Foster? Why, for 20 at least, and during all those years Foster had been forever determined to put things right with everybody. He could not bear to be disliked. He hated that anyone should think ill of him. He wanted everyone to be his friend. That was one reason, perhaps, why Foster had got on so well, had prospered so in his career. One reason, too, why Fenwick had not. For Fenwick was the opposite of Foster in this. He did not want friends. He certainly did not care that people should like him, that is, people for whom, for one reason or another, he had contempt, and he had contempt for quite a number of people. Fenwick looked at that long, thin, bending back and felt his knees tremble. Soon Foster would turn round, and that high, reedy voice would pipe out something about the books. What jolly books you have, Fenwick! How many, many times in the long watches of the night, when Fenwick could not sleep, had he heard that pipe sounding close there, yes, in the very shadows of his bed! And how many times had Fenwick replied to it, "I hate you. You are the cause of my failure in life. You have been in my way always, 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 patronizing and pretending, and in truth showing others what a poor thing you thought me, how great a failure, how conceited a fool. I know. You can hide nothing from me. I can hear you." For 20 years now, Foster had been persistently in Fenwick's way. There had been that affair, so long ago now, when Robbins had wanted a sub-editor for his wonderful review, The Parthenon, and Fenwick had gone to see him, and they had had a splendid talk. How magnificently Fenwick had talked that day, with what enthusiasm he had shown Robbins, who was blinded by his own conceit anyway, the kind of paper The Parthenon might be, how Robbins had caught his own enthusiasm, how he had pushed his fat body about the room, crying, "Yes, yes, Fenwick, that's fine indeed," and then how, after all, Foster had got that job. The paper had only lived for a year or so, it is true, but the connection with it had brought Foster into prominence, just as it might have brought Fenwick. Then, 5 years later, there was Fenwick's novel, The Bitter Aloe, the novel upon which he had spent 3 years of blood and tears endeavour. And then, in the very same week of publication, Foster brings out The Circus, the novel that made his name, although, heaven knows, the thing was poor enough sentimental trash. You may say that one novel cannot kill another, but can it not? Had not The Circus appeared, would not that group of London know-alls, that conceited, limited, ignorant, self-satisfied crowd, who nevertheless can do, by their talk, so much to affect a book's good or evil fortunes, have talked about The Bitter Aloe, and so forced it into prominence? As it was, the book was stillborn, and The Circus went on its prancing, triumphant way. After that there had been many occasions, some small, some big, and always in one way or another that thin, scraggy body of Foster's was interfering with Fenwick's happiness. The thing had become, of course, an obsession with Fenwick. Hiding up there in the heart of the lakes, with no friends, almost no company, and very little money, he was given too much to brooding over his failure. He was a failure, and it was not his own fault. How could it be his own fault, with his talents and his brilliance? It was the fault of modern life and its lack of culture, the fault of the stupid material mess that made up the intelligences of human beings, and the fault of Foster. Always Fenwick hoped that Foster would keep away from him. He did not know what he would not do, did he see the man. And then, one day, to his amazement, he received a telegram. "Passing through this way. May I stop with you Monday and Tuesday? Giles Foster." Fenwick could scarcely believe his eyes, and then, from curiosity, from cynical contempt, from some deeper, more mysterious motive that he dared not analyse, he had telegraphed, "Come." And here the man was. And he had come, would you believe it, to put things right. He had heard from Hamlin Edis that Fenwick was hurt with him, had some kind of a grievance. "I didn't like to feel that, old man, and so I thought I'd just stop by and have it out with you, see what the matter was, and put it right." Last night after supper Foster had tried to put it right. Eagerly, his eyes like a good dog's who is asking for a bone that he knows that he thoroughly deserves, he had held out his hand and asked Fenwick to say what was up. Fenwick simply had said that nothing was up. Hamlin Edis was a damned fool. "Oh, I'm glad to hear that," Foster had cried, springing out of his chair and putting his hand on Fenwick's shoulder. "I'm glad of that, old man. I couldn't bear for us not to be friends. We've been friends so long. Lord, how Fenwick hated him at that moment. "What a jolly lot of books you have!" Foster turned round and looked at Fenwick with eager, gratified eyes. "Every book here is interesting. I like your arrangement of them too, and those open bookshelves. It always seems to me a shame to shut up books behind glass." Foster came forward and sat down quite close to his host. He even reached forward and laid his hand on his host's knee. "Look here. I'm mentioning it for the last time, positively. But I do want to make quite certain. There is nothing wrong between us, is there, old man? I know you assured me last night, but I just want—" Fenwick looked at him and, surveying him, felt suddenly an exquisite pleasure of hatred. He liked the touch of the man's hand on his knee. He himself bent forward a little and, thinking how agreeable it would be to push Foster's eyes in, deep, deep into his head, crunching them, smashing them to purple, leaving the empty, staring, bloody sockets, said, "Why, no, of course not. I told you last night. What could there be?" The hand gripped the knee a little more tightly. "I am so glad. That's splendid, splendid. I hope you won't think me ridiculous, but I've always had an affection for you ever since I can remember. I've always wanted to know you better. I've admired your talent so greatly. That novel of yours, the one about the aloe, the bitter aloe? Ah, yes, that was it. That was a splendid book. Pessimistic, of course, but still fine. It ought to have done better. I remember thinking so at the time." "Yes, it ought to have done better. Your time will come, though. What I say is that good work always tells in the end. Yes, my time will come." The thin, piping voice went on. "Now, I've had more success than I deserved. Oh, yes, I have. You can't deny it. I'm not being falsely modest. I mean it. I've got some talent, of course, but not so much as people say. And you, why, you've got so much more than they acknowledge. You have, old man. You have indeed. Only, I do hope you'll forgive my saying this, perhaps you haven't advanced quite as you might have done. Living up here, shut away here, closed in by all these mountains in this wet climate, always raining. Why, you're out of things. You don't see people, don't talk and discover what's really going on. Why, look at me." Fenwick turned round and looked at him. "Now, I have half the year in London, where one gets the best of everything, best talk, best music, best plays, and then I'm 3 months abroad, Italy or Greece or somewhere, and then 3 months in the country. Now that's an ideal arrangement. You have everything that way." "Italy or Greece or somewhere?" Something turned in Fenwick's breast, grinding, grinding, grinding. How he had longed, oh, how passionately, for just 1 week in Greece, 2 days in Sicily. Sometimes he had thought that he might run to it, but when it had come to the actual counting of the pennies, and how this fool, this fathead, this self-satisfied, conceited, patronizing— He got up, looked out at the golden sun. "What do you say to a walk?" he suggested. "The sun will last for a good hour yet." As soon as the words were out of his lips, he felt as though someone else had said them for him. He even turned half round to see whether anyone else were there. Ever since Foster's arrival on the evening before, he had been conscious of this sensation. A walk? Why should he take Foster for a walk, show him his beloved country, point out those curves and lines and hollows, the broad silver shield of Derwentwater, the cloudy purple hills hunched like blankets about the knees of some recumbent giant? Why? It was as though he had turned round to someone behind him and had said, "You have some further design in this." They started out. The road sank abruptly to the lake, then the path ran between trees at the water's edge. Across the lake tones of bright yellow light, crocus-hued, rode upon the blue. The hills were dark. The very way that Foster walked bespoke the man. He was always a little ahead of you, pushing his long, thin body along with little eager jerks, as though he did not hurry he would miss something that would be immensely to his advantage. He talked, throwing words over his shoulder to Fenwick as you throw crumbs of bread to a robin. Of course I was pleased. Who would not be? After all, it's a new prize. They've only been awarding it for a year or two, but it's gratifying, really gratifying, to secure it. When I opened the envelope and found the cheque there, well, you could have knocked me down with a feather. You could indeed. Of course, £100 isn't much, but it's the honour. Whither were they going? Their destiny was as certain as though they had no free will. Free will? There is no free will. All is fate. Fenwick suddenly laughed aloud. Foster stopped. Why, what is it? What's what? You laughed. Something amused me. Foster slipped his arm through Fenwick's. It is jolly to be walking along together like this, arm in arm, friends. I'm a sentimental man, I won't deny it. What I say is that life is short, and one must love one's fellow beings, or where is one? You live too much alone, old man. He squeezed Fenwick's arm. That's the truth of it. It was torture. Exquisite, heavenly torture. It was wonderful to feel that thin, bony arm pressing against his. Almost you could hear the beating of that other heart. Wonderful to feel that arm, and the temptation to take it in your two hands, and to bend it, and twist it, and then to hear the bones crack, crack, crack. Wonderful to feel that temptation rise through one's body like boiling water, and yet not to yield to it. For a moment Fenwick's hand touched Foster's. Then he drew himself apart. We're at the village. This is the hotel where they all come in the summer. We turn off at the right here. I'll show you my tarn. Your tarn? Asked Foster. Forgive my ignorance, but what is a tarn exactly? A tarn is a miniature lake, a pool of water lying in the lap of the hill. Very quiet, lovely, silent. Some of them are immensely deep. I should like to see that. It is some little distance, up a rough road. Do you mind? Not a bit. I have long legs. Some of them are immensely deep, unfathomable. Nobody touched the bottom, but quiet, like glass, with shadows only. Do you know, Fenwick, but I have always been afraid of water. I've never learnt to swim. I'm afraid to go out of my depth. Isn't that ridiculous? But it is all because at my private school, years ago, when I was a small boy, some big fellows took me and held me with my head under the water and nearly drowned me. They did indeed. They went farther than they meant to. I can see their faces. Fenwick considered this. The picture leapt to his mind. He could see the boys, large, strong fellows probably, and this little skinny thing like a frog, their thick hands about his throat, his legs like grey sticks kicking out of the water, their laughter, their sudden sense that something was wrong, the skinny body all flaccid and still. He drew a deep breath. Foster was walking beside him now, not ahead of him, as though he were a little afraid and needed reassurance. Indeed, the scene had changed. Before and behind them stretched the uphill path, loose with shale and stones. On their right, on a ridge at the foot of the hill, were some quarries, almost deserted, but the more melancholy in the fading afternoon, because a little work still continued there. Faint sounds came from the gaunt listening chimneys. A stream of water ran and tumbled angrily into a pool below. Once and again a black silhouette, like a question mark, appeared against the darkening hill. It was a little steep here, and Foster puffed and blew. Fenwick hated him the more for that. So thin and spare, and still he could not keep in condition. They stumbled, keeping below the quarry, on the edge of the running water, now green, now a dirty white-grey, pushing their way along the side of the hill. Their faces were set now towards Helvellyn. It rounded the cups of hills closing in the base, and then sprawling to the right. "There's the tarn," Fenwick exclaimed, and then added, "The sun's not lasting as long as I had expected. It's growing dark already." Foster stumbled and caught Fenwick's arm. "This twilight makes the hills look strange, like living men. I can scarcely see my way." "We're alone here," Fenwick answered. "Don't you feel the stillness? The men will have left the quarry now and gone home. There is no one in all this place but ourselves. If you watch, you will see a strange green light steal down over the hills. It lasts but for a moment, and then it is dark. Ah, here is my tarn. Do you know how I love this place, Foster? It seems to belong especially to me, just as much as all your work and your glory and fame and success seem to belong to you. I have this, and you have that. Perhaps in the end we are even after all. Yes. But I feel as though that piece of water belonged to me and I to it, and as though we should never be separated. Yes. Isn't it black? It is one of the deep ones. No one has ever sounded it. Only Helvellyn knows, and one day I fancy that it will take me too into its confidence. Will whisper its secrets." Foster sneezed. "Very nice. Very beautiful, Fenwick. I like your tarn. Charming. And now let's turn back. That is a difficult walk beneath the quarry. It's chilly too. Do you see that little jetty there?" Fenwick led Foster by the arm. "Someone built that out into the water. He had a boat there, I suppose. Come and look down. From the end of the little jetty it looks so deep, and the mountains seem to close round." Fenwick took Foster's arm and led him to the end of the jetty. Indeed, the water looked deep here, deep and very black. Foster peered down, then he looked up at the hills that did indeed seem to have gathered close around him. He sneezed again. "I've caught a cold, I'm afraid. Let's turn homewards, Fenwick, or we shall never find our way." "Home, then," said Fenwick, and his hands closed about the thin, scraggy neck. For the instant the head half turned, and two startled, strangely childish eyes stared. Then, with a push that was ludicrously simple, the body was impelled forward, and there was a sharp cry, a splash, a stir of something white against the swiftly gathering dusk, again, and then farther spreading ripples, then silence. The silence extended. Having enwrapped the tarn, it spread as though with finger on lip to the already quiescent hills. Fenwick shared in the silence. He luxuriated in it. He did not move at all. He stood there looking upon the inky water of the tarn, his arms folded, a man lost in intensest thought. But he was not thinking. He was only conscious of a warm, luxurious relief, a sensuous feeling that was not thought at all. Foster was gone. That tiresome, prating, conceited, self-satisfied fool. Gone, never to return. The tarn assured him of that. It stared back into Fenwick's face approvingly, as though it said, "You have done well. A clean and necessary job. We have done it together, you and I. I am proud of you." He was proud of himself. At last he had done something definite with his life. Thought, eager, active thought, was beginning now to flood his brain. For all these years he had hung around in this place, doing nothing but cherish grievances, weak, backboneless. Now, at last, there was action. He drew himself up and looked at the hills. He was proud. And he was cold. He was shivering. He turned up the collar of his coat. Yes, there was the faint green light that always lingered in the shadows of the hills for a brief moment before darkness came. It was growing late. He had better return. Shivering now, so that his teeth chattered, he started off down the path, and then was aware that he did not wish to leave the tarn. The tarn was friendly, the only friend he had in all the world. As he stumbled along in the dark, this sense of loneliness grew. He was going home to an empty house. There had been a guest in it last night. Who was it? Why, Foster, of course. Foster with his silly laugh and amiable, mediocre eyes. Well, Foster would not be there now. No, he would never be there again. And suddenly Fenwick started to run. He did not know why, except that, now that he had left the tarn, he was lonely. He wished that he could have stayed there all night, but because he was cold, he could not. And so now he was running, so that he might be at home with the lights and the familiar furniture, and all the things that he knew to reassure him. As he ran, the shale and stones scattered beneath his feet. They made a tit-tattering noise under him, and someone else seemed to be running too. He stopped, and the other runner also stopped. He breathed in the silence. He was hot now. The perspiration was trickling down his cheeks. He could feel a dribble of it down his back inside his shirt. His knees were pounding, his heart was thumping, and all around him the hills were so amazingly silent, now like india-rubber clouds that you could push in or pull out as you do those india-rubber faces, grey against the night sky of a crystal purple upon whose surface, like the twinkling eyes of boats at sea, stars were now appearing. His knees steadied. His heart beat less fiercely, and he began to run again. Suddenly he had turned the corner and was out at the hotel. Its lamps were kindly and reassuring. He walked then quietly along the lakeside path, and had it not been for the certainty that someone was treading behind him, he would have been comfortable and at his ease. He stopped once or twice and looked back, and once he stopped and called out, "Who's there?" Only the rustling trees answered. He had the strangest fancy, but his brain was throbbing so fiercely that he could not think, that it was the tarn that was following him, the tarn slipping, sliding along the road, being with him so that he should not be lonely. He could almost hear the tarn whisper in his ear, "We did that together. And so I do not wish you to bear all the responsibility yourself. I will stay with you, so that you are not lonely." He climbed the road towards home, and there were the lights of his house. He heard the gate click behind him as though it was shutting him in. He went into the sitting room, lighted and ready. There were the books that Foster had admired. The old woman who looked after him appeared. "Will you be having some tea, sir?" "No, thank you, Annie." "Will the other gentleman be wanting any?" "No. The other gentleman is away for the night." "Then there will only be one for supper?" "Yes, only one for supper." He sat in the corner of the sofa and fell instantly into a deep slumber. He woke when the old woman tapped him on the shoulder and told him that supper was served. The room was dark, save for the jumping light of 2 uncertain candles. Those 2 red candlesticks, how he hated them up there on the mantelpiece! He had always hated them, and now they seemed to him to have something of the quality of Foster's voice, that thin, reedy, piping tone. He was expecting at every moment that Foster would enter, and yet he knew that he would not. He continued to turn his head towards the door, but it was so dark there that you could not see. The whole room was dark, except just there, by the fireplace, where the 2 candlesticks went whining with their miserable twinkling plaint. He went into the dining room and sat down to his meal, but he could not eat anything. It was odd, that place by the table where Foster's chair should be. Odd, naked, and made a man feel lonely. He got up once from the table and went to the window, opened it and looked out. He listened for something. A trickle as of running water, a stir through the silence as though some deep pool were filling to the brim, a rustle in the trees perhaps. An owl hooted. Sharply, as though someone had spoken to him unexpectedly behind his shoulder, he closed the window and looked back, peering under his dark eyebrows into the room. Later on, he went up to bed. Had he been sleeping? Or had he been lying lazily, as one does, half dozing, half luxuriously not thinking? He was wide awake now, utterly awake, and his heart was beating with apprehension. It was as though someone had called him by name. He slept always with his window a little open and the blind up. Tonight the moonlight shadowed in sickly fashion the objects in his room. It was not a flood of light, nor yet a sharp splash, silvering a square, a circle, throwing the rest into ebony blackness. The light was dim, a little green, perhaps, like the shadow that comes over the hills just before dark. He stared at the window, and it seemed to him that something moved there. Within, or rather against the green-grey light, something silver-tinted glistened. Fenwick stared. It had the look, exactly, of slipping water. Slipping water! He listened, his head up, and it seemed to him that from beyond the window he caught the stir of water, not running, but rather welling up and up, gurgling with satisfaction as it filled and filled. He sat up higher in bed, and then saw that down the wallpaper beneath the window water was undoubtedly trickling. He could see it lurch to the projecting wood of the sill, pause, and then slither down the incline. The odd thing was that it fell so silently. Beyond the window there was that odd gurgle, but in the room itself absolute silence. Whence could it come? He saw the line of silver rise and fall as the stream on the window ledge ebbed and flowed. He must get up and close the window. He drew his legs above the sheets and blankets and looked down. He shrieked. The floor was covered with a shining film of water. It was rising. As he looked, it had covered half the short stumpy legs of the bed. It rose without a wink, a bubble, a break. Over the sill it poured now in a steady flow, but soundless. Fenwick sat back in the bed, the clothes gathered to his chin, his eyes blinking, the Adam's apple throbbing like a throttle in his throat. But he must do something. He must stop this. The water was now level with the seats of the chairs, but still was soundless. Could he but reach the door! He put down his naked foot, then cried again. The water was icy cold. Suddenly, leaning, staring at its dark, unbroken sheen, something seemed to push him forward. He fell. His head, his face was under the icy liquid. It seemed adhesive, and in the heart of its ice, hot, like melting wax. He struggled to his feet. The water was breast high. He screamed again and again. He could see the looking-glass, the row of books, the picture of Durer's horse, aloof, impervious. He beat at the water, and flakes of it seemed to cling to him like scales of fish, clammy to his touch. He struggled, ploughing his way towards the door. The water was now at his neck. Then something had caught him by the ankle. Something held him. He struggled, crying, "Let me go! Let me go! I tell you to let me go! I hate you! I hate you! I will not come down to you! I will not—" The water covered his mouth. He felt that someone pushed in his eyeballs with bare knuckles. A cold hand reached up and caught his naked thigh. In the morning the little maid knocked, and receiving no answer, came in, as was her wont, with his shaving water. What she saw made her scream. She ran for the gardener. They took the body with its staring, protruding eyes, its tongue sticking out between the clenched teeth, and laid it on the bed. The only sign of disorder was an overturned water jug. A small pool of water stained the carpet. It was a lovely morning. A twig of ivy, idly, in the little breeze, tapped the pane. End of The Tarn. Recording by Rafe Ball.
Yuki Onna by Lafcadio Hearn. Read by Tony Scheinman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Yuki Onna by Lafcadio Hearn. In a village of Musashi Province, there lived two woodcutters, Mosaku and Minokichi. At the time of which I am speaking, Mosaku was an old man, and Minokichi, his apprentice, was a lad of 18 years. Every day they went together to a forest situated about 5 miles from their village. On the way to that forest there is a wide river to cross, and there is a ferry boat. Several times a bridge was built where the ferry is, but the bridge was each time carried away by a flood. No common bridge can resist the current there when the river rises. Mosaku and Minokichi were on their way home one very cold evening when a great snowstorm overtook them. They reached the ferry, and they found that the boatman had gone away, leaving his boat on the other side of the river. It was no day for swimming, and the woodcutters took shelter in the ferryman's hut, thinking themselves lucky to find any shelter at all. There was no brazier in the hut, nor any place in which to make a fire. It was only a 2-mat hut with a single door, but no window. Mosaku and Minokichi fastened the door and lay down to rest, with their straw raincoats over them. At first they did not feel very cold, and they thought that the storm would soon be over. The old man almost immediately fell asleep, but the boy, Minokichi, lay awake a long time, listening to the awful wind and the continual slashing of the snow against the door. The river was roaring, and the hut swayed and creaked like a junk at sea. It was a terrible storm, and the air was every moment becoming colder, and Minokichi shivered under his raincoat. But at last, in spite of the cold, he too fell asleep. He was awakened by a showering of snow in his face. The hut of the door had been forced open, and by the snow light, Yuki Akari, he saw a woman in the room, a woman all in white. She was bending above Mosaku and blowing her breath upon him, and her breath was like a bright white smoke. Almost in the same moment she turned to Minokichi and stooped over him. He tried to cry out, but found that he could not utter any sound. The white woman bent down over him, lower and lower, until her face almost touched him, and he saw that she was very beautiful, though her eyes made him afraid. For a little while she continued to look at him. Then she smiled, and she whispered, "I intended to treat you like the other man, but I cannot help feeling some pity for you, because you are so young. You are a pretty boy, Minokichi, and I will not hurt you now. But if you ever tell anybody, even your own mother, about what you have seen this night, I shall know it, and then I will kill you. Remember what I say." With these words she turned from him and passed through the doorway. Then he found himself able to move, and he sprang up and looked out. But the woman was nowhere to be seen, and the snow was driving furiously into the hut. Minokichi closed the door and secured it by fixing several billets of wood against it. He wondered if the wind had blown it open. He thought that he might have been only dreaming and might have mistaken the gleam of the snowlight in the doorway for the figure of a white woman, but he could not be sure. He called to Mosaku and was frightened because the old man did not answer. He put out his hand in the dark and touched Mosaku's face, and found that it was ice. Mosaku was stark and dead. By dawn the storm was over, and when the ferryman returned to his station a little after sunrise, he found Minokichi lying senseless beside the frozen body of Mosaku. Minokichi was promptly cared for and soon came to himself, but he remained a long time ill from the effects of the cold of that terrible night. He had been greatly frightened also by the old man's death, but he said nothing about the vision of the woman in white. As soon as he got well again, he returned to his calling, going alone every morning to the forest, and coming back at nightfall with his bundles of wood, which his mother helped him to sell. One evening, in the winter of the following year, as he was on his way home, he overtook a girl who happened to be traveling by the same road. She was a tall, slim girl, very good-looking, and she answered Minokichi's greeting in a voice as pleasant to the ear as the voice of a songbird. Then he walked beside her, and they began to talk. The girl said that her name was Oyuki, that she had lately lost both of her parents, and that she was going to Yedo, where she happened to have some poor relations, who might help her to find a situation as a servant. Minokichi soon felt charmed by this strange girl, and the more that he looked at her, the handsomer she appeared to be. He asked her whether she was yet betrothed, and she answered laughingly that she was free. Then, in her turn, she asked Minokichi whether he was married or pledged to marry, and he told her that, although he had only a widowed mother to support, the question of an honorable daughter-in-law had not yet been considered, as he was very young. After these confidences, they walked on for a long time without speaking. But, as the proverb declares, Kiga areba me mo kuchi hodo ni mono wo iu. When the wish is there, the eyes can say as much as the mouth. By the time they reached the village, they had become very much pleased with each other. And then Minokichi asked Oyuki to rest a while at his house. After some shy hesitation, she went there with him, and his mother made her welcome and prepared a warm meal for her. Oyuki behaved so nicely that Minokichi's mother took a sudden fancy to her and persuaded her to delay her journey to Yedo. And the natural end of the matter was that Yuki never went to Yedo at all. She remained in the house as an honorable daughter-in-law. Oyuki proved a very good daughter-in-law. When Minokichi's mother came to die, some 5 years later, her last words were words of affection and praise for the wife of her son. And Oyuki bore Minokichi 10 children, boys and girls, handsome children all of them, and very fair of skin. The country folk thought Oyuki a wonderful person, by nature different from themselves. Most of the peasant women age early, but Oyuki, even after having become the mother of 10 children, looked as young and fresh as on the day when she had first come to the village. One night, after the children had gone to sleep, Oyuki was sewing by the light of a paper lamp, and Minokichi, watching her, said, "To see you sewing there with the light on your face makes me think of a strange thing that happened when I was a lad of 18. I then saw somebody as beautiful and white as you are now. Indeed, she was very like you." Without lifting her eyes from her work, Oyuki responded, "Tell me about her. Where did you see her?" Then Minokichi told her about the terrible night in the ferryman's hut, and about the white woman that had stooped above him, smiling and whispering, and about the silent death of old Mosaku. And he said, "Asleep or awake, that was the only time that I saw a being as beautiful as you. Of course, she was not a human being, and I was afraid of her, very much afraid. But she was so white. Indeed, I have never been sure whether it was a dream that I saw or the woman of the snow." Oyuki flung down her sewing and arose and bowed above Minokichi where he sat and shrieked into his face, "It was I! Yuki it was! And I told you then that I would kill you if you ever said one word about it. But for those children asleep there, I would kill you this moment." And now you had better take very, very good care of them, for if ever they have reason to complain of you, I will treat you as you deserve." Even as she screamed, her voice became thin, like a crying of wind. Then she melted into a bright white mist that spired to the roof beams and shuddered away through the smoke hole. Never again was she seen. End of Yuki Onna.